See ya. Thank you.
So who's your Super one?
Full house.
Still.
Full house.
Ain't the store around here? Yeah, for a week. Who's the judge? Not Lebanon. Where's the other judge from? Still think.
I had to have Julie repeat the name twice. I didn't quite get the last
Well, maybe I know that.
one. She was talking quiet, but it was down that way. First time. So that's what
Yeah, I know that.
he's good. I just didn't do it. We're close. So not a good thing.
I heard that. It's hurt. That's one thing I take a lot of medication. And hell, I'll break into my stall period here at some point. I wonder how long we'll be here.
I'm guessing 8. Oh, you know. I'm gonna let it go to about 6:30 now. A 10-minute break. Just for the old people to keep. Boom, 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 boom.
I think.
Yeah, I said take time for all the time.
I think
Semi-close.
that's aggressive all the way through. And then
Back up to
the end of it, see if there's something going to back off of later.
which is going to require another meeting.
It would?
Because we don't have anything left.
I doubt we'll get there anyway.
Because your next one is your public hearing. I guess we could do your public hearing anyway.
What's your public hearing edition?
September 18th. We could do the public hearing and go right back into it.
There's going to be some of them pleading to the case then. Yeah, I don't know. So we're doing prayer tonight.
So we're going to do short set of rules and we're all right. Well, we got to go on. I'll do that after.
So, by the time we get to page 18, how much did they get to cut?
Dude, I've already been smoked on one bed. They got me on that one last night.
Oh, you figured it.
I figured Griffin might have a little more pull.
Didn't work out their way.
But it did not work out well at all.
I don't think people like that whole idea. I like Nathan. Nathan's nice.
Well, I don't know what Robin. I don't know what the woman was screaming about last night.
You what?
Robin screaming about that. He's here. Hold up, Jeffrey. I'm on a glare now. I can't see that second hall. 10 seconds. 50 seconds. Watch out, cold kicks. Got to get tangled up. Should be kicked all the way back up in there.
I probably drug it back my long way.
If you're watching the clock, the clock's blaring. I see.
This is be yours, I don't see it.
You ever see? I got Pretty good. All right, you ready? Okay. Please stand for the prayer. Reverend Jason Fuller, and then right behind it, we're going to do the pledge with Councilman Legend.
All right, thank you, and let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you today. We thank you for your watch care over each of us. We pray today as we recall the words of 2 Chronicles chapter 32, but with us is the Lord, and we desire your presence to be with us in this meeting. And as the verse continues, our God to help us. In the wake of last week's events, we desire and humbly request your help in our homes, your help in our workplaces, your help in meetings like this, your help in our schools, your help in our community, in our county, throughout our state, and yes, even federally. So we pray that you would help us, that you would help each of us individually as well collectively. I pray, though there may be differences of opinion in meetings like this, that unity would be met and humility would be seen. I pray that you would put your will before us, that we would consider your ways and walk therein. I pray that you will heal our country in a time of such great confusion and division. And I pray that Bedford, Indiana, and Lawrence County will be the shining city on a hill. We humbly ask this in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, whose name we do pray. Amen.
Please join us in prayer.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to reconvene in the budget session. And the first one we got up tonight, I believe, is Ron Walker.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm here representing the Solid Waste District for our 2026 proposed budget. And what I handed out was two documents. You'll have a budget summary, which is just a single-page summary. We're going to be starting with that, and then your second document is the budget spreadsheet. So we'll go ahead and start with the budget summary sheet. Under Section A, the 2026 budget, proposed budget, is $3,740,651. The current year budget, the 2025 budget, is $3,863,633. And then the change from 2025 to 2026 is a reduction of $122,982. Section B is our tax levy. Our current tax levy is $1,799,034. Our proposed levy for 2026 is $1,872,308, which is approximately $73,274 increase. If you move down to Section C, our tax rate, our current rate is .0775. And the second thing there is our proposed rate, and I want to mention this, that this rate is developed based on 85% of current year's assessed value. That's why it's high, because we're always told by our budget representatives to use 85% of assessed value to run your numbers. So this rate that you're seeing, although it'll be there for adoption purposes, is highly likely going to be lower than that. I expect it to be no more than .0833. Again, that's all dependent on the actual assessed value. At this point, we don't have that, so we don't know what that number's going to be. But the maximum, I would see our levy ever getting to, it would be that $1,872,308. So. Okay, if you want to move over to the budget spreadsheet, what I've done in the past years and what I plan on doing this year, what I generally do is I look at those areas that I have some significant changes in, not every one, but of course, any questions you may have, feel free to ask, and then even as we go into our budget adoption on October 7th, if that's when we do it, feel free to, we can discuss more after you get a chance to review this. So I'll just start off with, on page 1 of that, you'll notice there's a stipend in there, and we've got $7,000 in that. That's a new budget line item. You go down to, and on the left column there, you'll see the numbers. That's what I'm referencing. Number 5 is our health, dental, and vision for solid waste. We're showing an increase of $10,637. You turn over to page 2. If you go to that number 32, which is public education supplies, and that is a reduction of $11,000. So I'm kind of looking at both our reductions and our increases as well. So there's a reduction there. If you turn over to page 3, under line item 60, that's recycling center facility repair and maintenance. There's a reduction of $35,000 there. And then line item 65 on that same page, our compost processing equipment rental. That's an increase of $5,000. We've seen a lot more brush and vegetative waste coming into our compost facility this year. We've had a lot of storms, and the cost is also increasing as well to have that process. So we showed a decrease for that. If you turn over to page 4, you look at line item 74, electronics recycling. We're showing a reduction of $5,000 there. And then at the bottom of page 4, we'll start with line item 88, transfer station improvements, a reduction of $30,000. Line item 89, recycling center improvements, a reduction of $45,000. Line item 90, collection station improvements, a reduction of $12,500. Okay, and the last page, page 5, at the bottom where it gives you our totals, that's our totals. So the last 3 columns to your right there, you'll notice the 2025 certified budget, which was the $3,863,633. The 2026 proposed budget is $3,740,651. And then the difference is a budget reduction of $122,982. I did want to point out under the salary and wages, some of you may already know this, but we submit our payroll to the county to be processed, whether it's the wages, the perf, your insurance and such, the taxes, and then once a month they bill us through an invoice, and we reimburse that all back to them. So everything that the county pays out for us is all, we reimburse back to the county through the solid waste fund. So that's all I had to cover for now. I'm willing to take some questions if you have any.
The board, the solid waste board, they adopt this next meeting, correct?
No, basically the solid waste board has looked at this a couple times. They've approved what I've put together, agreed to bring it to the council for submission for the hearing and then adoption on October 7th. So I don't anticipate any changes from them. I mean, this has already been advertised and such. So the next budget meeting we have is on October 7th for the adoption, which would be through the county council. So.
Which I knew that, but I wanted them to know that.
Right, yes, yeah.
Your 2025 unexpended appropriations, what time frame does that cover? Is that a 6?
6 months, yes.
Is that January to June?
Yes, yeah. And then later this year, our board of directors, they actually adopt our own salary resolution, which is usually done after the county does theirs. We kind of look to see what the county's done in order to, finally adopt our salary resolution. And then once we adopt that, we provide a copy to the auditor's office for their record purposes when they do our payroll, so.
Any questions for Rob?
Yeah, what is your total number of employees?
Right now, we've got, I think 25 that's actually in our payroll, but we really, to get to the levels we need to be at, maybe at least 4 more, possibly 5. So we are at the levels we need to be, and most of those positions are part-time positions, so if not all of them, so.
Do you know how many are part-time?
Out of all of our employees, the majority of them, I'm going to say 13, maybe 15 or so.
We got $7,000 in stipends, so that'd be 14 full-time.
So we've got all of our, 500 for the full-time, and then we've got 250 for the part-time. And then we probably have some, again, I don't have the exact number to give you that at this point. I can tell you next time, but I don't know what the exact number is.
Any more questions for Ron? Julie? Good to go. Good to go.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I got it. Thank you. I flipped mine from yours sometime. Okay. That one is out of the way. Okay. Welcome to the September 16th budget hearing. In this meeting here, there'll be no public comment. No public comment in this meeting whatsoever. The public hearing will be September 18th at 4:30. And the way we've got it set up, if you want to speak in the public hearing, is get with Martha, auditor's office, before noon of that day, correct? And get your name on a sign-up sheet. Right now, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. So each person that signs up will have 3 minutes to speak. On this tonight, and I really don't know how else to do this to keep us from jumping around, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go line by line. I'm going to read the account number, and if there's a change in that, then I will wait. And then what will happen is if somebody wants to make a motion on that line to change that, delete that, whatever you want to do with that line, we vote on that if there's a change, line by line. If there's no changes, we move on. We just go to the next line. So once we enter that line, we'll stay with that until I hear nothing or no questions. There you go. Okay, we're heading for the first, this page number 1. The account number is 21,800. 2025 budget was 9,000. Requested budget is 9,000, no change. Account number 3501, 10,000, 10,000, no change. Account number 39,300, 170,000, 170,000.
May I stop you?
Yes.
I don't think that's actually labeled correctly, is it?
It's not, but I can't change the books now. We're going to change that line to contract services, and it'll no longer say software support.
Thank you.
And these are typically on a 3-year, is that correct, contract?
Yes.
Any more on that line? 43,101, that is blank, nothing on that one.
Should it be blank?
Yes.
That should be blanked. Okay. Any questions, page 1? Moving on to page 2. Veterans Service Officer. And these are all general fund. Looks like we're going to get a bunch of them to start with. Okay, account 11103, that number went from 34,653 to 22,500. Brad reduced that. Next line, 11903, that number went from 27,040 to 32,500. And the way I understand it was that he took the reduction there and divided that between two part-time. Stipend, nothing we can do there. Stipend, part-time. Office supplies, line 21,000. That went from 1,200 to 1,700.
I'd like to make a motion to reduce that to $1,200.
I've got a motion on the table.
Second.
Janie seconds. Any questions, comment on this? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passed, Amy. Martha, that one's going to 12. Postage, line 31,200, unchanged, 100, 100. Travel, 31,300, 1,000, went up to 1,500.
I'd move that goes back to 1,000.
I have a motion by Jeff to move that back to 1,000.
Second.
Amy seconds.
Julie.
Julie. Sound like Amy. Okay. Okay, Julie seconds. Any questions, comments on that one? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed, Martha. That one goes back to 1,000. Okay, line 31401, 500, 500, that line is unchanged. 37002, that one went from 800, this is on training and educational, to 1,300. Line 43100, that one stayed the same, 500, 500. Okay, bottom of that one. Any questions, comments on this one? Next page. Okay, this is the county recorder. Okay, fund 11100. That fund stayed the same, $54,401. 11300, that is blank, zeroed out. She moved that into that fund that I can't say. I think. Yeah, that one.
Perpetuation.
That one. Thank you. Okay, line 12011, that is stipends. 21000, that line actually went down. It went from 3,000 to 2,000. Postage, line 31200, actually is cut in half. That went from 900 to 450. Travel and training, 31301, that remained the same at 500. 38,300, association member dues, that line stayed the same at 600. Any questions on that page? Okay, on to the next page. County surveyor. Okay, 11100, 37246, that number stayed the same. 11300, 46519, that number stayed the same. Overtime line, blank. There is no overtime. 11402, 37,183, 37,183, stayed the same. Stipend, 1,500. 21,000 line, that is $400, stayed the same. 21,200, 325, 325, unchanged. 24,600, other supplies, 445, 445, unchanged. Postage, line 31200, $10 across the board, unchanged. Repair of equipment, 35202, 130, 130, unchanged. Member dues, 38,300, $100, $100, unchanged. Contract services, line 39601, 1200, 1200, unchanged. Any questions on that page? That's good. Okay, next page. Surveyor. Account number 11901, 3,000, 3,000, unchanged. Office supplies, 21000, 420, 420, unchanged. Other supplies, 24,600, 2,000, 2,000, unchanged. Mileage, 31304, 500, 500, unchanged. 35,202, 500, 500, unchanged. 35,800, 800, 800, unchanged. Contract services, 39,601, 1,000, 1,000, no change. 39,704, Cornerstone, 5,000, 5,000, unchanged. 39,800, Cornerstone, 39,000, 39,000, unchanged. 43,101, new equipment, 3,000, 3,000, unchanged. Any questions on this page? On to the next one. Okay, county extension. Line 11308, overtime, that is blank. Nothing there. Line 11403, office manager, 41,551, 41,551, unchanged. Line 11407, clerical, 37,183, 37,183, unchanged. Extensions, educators. Line 11803, 132,680, 136,670. That line went up. Line
Is that
119.
line based on services or educators on?
111803, yeah, 111803. I've got educators.
But it pays for contract of services. I'm sure that this line's probably labeled from the way it used to be.
It is. It's just a carryover from when they had the 3 educators. We can go in and change that line, the name on it.
Well, what exactly, what's paid out of this?
That's
Right
paid
now.
to Purdue. That's through the contract that the commissioners signed to pay for the education services that we have.
Is that for 2 educators?
We, originally we were considered a 2-educator county, but we paid for 3 educators. I'm not necessarily on the contract, they don't pay for educators per se, they pay for services, contract services.
I have a note here of a reduction of 45,556.
Would that divide those by?
What is that? I
I've
put
got
the
a
note
number
out.
of 87,568 is what we've talked about.
Yeah, I have 87, 587.80.
You're talking about taking the 136.70 to 87?
That's what
So what you-
Okay, you
I
have this.
would assume that since this is a contract, that it would have to be sent back to Purdue and renegotiated. I don't, Mr. President, are you okay if I ask a question?
So I believe the contract is through 25, and they would present a new contract in 26. When they present that to them, I assume is after budget hearing before 26 starts. I'm
Yeah, it's
assuming.
kind of an odd area.
Okay, so that one can be moved
Okay.
back 8 to 87.
Well, I
I'm
think
trying to write it down, 87.
are we locked into a contract?
Well, you're
For
funded
this
for
year.
last year's, you funded last year's at this number, or the number for 132,680 to last throughout the year.
Okay,
So then you're talking what would be the 26 contract
so it's
price.
every year,
Every
correct?
year.
And is, out of this, 136.67, does it specify how this has to be spent? So in other words, could you have office manager or clerical out of this as well?
No. This line right here, that amount goes to Purdue to pay for their employees. Now, the office manager and the clerical full-time are the county's employees
Right.
that work in the extension office. So Purdue does not provide that. They just provide the educators who come out and do the programs that they have.
I guess my question, sorry, it wasn't clear, then out of this, can some of the educators, would they be able to do like office manager or clerical? Or is that specified by Purdue as to,
I don't think Purdue specifies how we staff that office.
We just set the amount of money and they use it the way they,
They used to have 2 part-time positions, and they combined the 2 part-time positions into 1 full-time position, probably 2 to 3 years ago. So they don't have anything to do with the clerical staff in the office.
yeah.
So
The educator is to fulfill a contract, to fund a contract, and right now it is funded, the agreement is 3 educators for the 132,680 for the year 2025.
Where do you see it? It specifies 3 educators.
It's the contract.
the contract used to specify.
I don't think it, the emails I've got, the way that I'm seeing it's changed is, back when I was here before, yes, it was 3, because that's when we negotiated it to 2. And then, my understanding from what information I've received, this is no longer based on educators, it's based on a service provided to the county for a certain amount of money. So what is done with that money, according to, and I've give those emails to, I'll give them to you that I've received, and Jeff, and I don't know who else. That is just put into a pool of money now that can be utilized however they want throughout the state. There's no, just like, in this previous year, there was a shortage of educators there quite a bit. So there was no credit, there was no, like in some line items, maybe the sheriff has money laid over because he didn't have the deputies filled. Well, this doesn't particularly work that way. The money's gone, whether there's 3 there, 2 there, 1 there, 5 there.
Correct.
So the only way that, from what my understanding be, is, yes, you have already negotiated and signed a contract for this year, but if you don't, I guess if you don't look at what you're going to budget for next year now, you're going to face this same, you're always going to be behind. You know, you're not setting the funding before the contract's signed. The contract's signed and then the funding comes up. So I don't know how you address that.
Well, this would be, I'm a little confused. Scott, maybe I didn't catch exactly what you said, but I mean, if we allot the amount of money that we are giving to that line, that would be taken into consideration when the contract is signed. I mean, they would just have to renegotiate.
Yes, then it would be the commissioners would have this much money to negotiate with
Okay.
for another contract.
Okay.
So like, if you wanted to view it as a three educator thing, each educator would come out to a cost of $45,556.
That's the number I had in my,
In your books.
yeah.
So like if you decided you wanted the services of what two could provide, you would then deduct that amount. Or if you stay with the three, or what would be considered what we used to view as a three educator service, you would stay at $136,670.
I think this is one of those things that we discussed that's going to be not right now. And we're going to, your figure is different than mine, what you came up with. Mine came down, if you reduce it by 45,556, it's like 90.
Yeah. I don't know where the 587 came from, 80 cents, but it sounds like I had a method to my
What do
madness.
you divide 136,670 by 3 at? If you wanted to view it.
Martha?
Martha's calculating.
So if you reduce the 136,670 by the 45,556, you would have an amount of 91,114.
91,000,
114.
okay. Okay, so do I have a motion on this line? 11,803,
So moved.
Janie's made the motion, and that would reduce it back to 91,114.
114,000.
Okay. Janie's got a first, do I have a second?
Second.
Scott seconds.
I think it's important to note that extension works in prevention. A lot of those programs are designed to address problems before they arise. My concern is what this will do for that programming and what long-term effects we'll see down the road.
Any more questions or comments? Okay, I've got a first and a second. All in favor of the motion to reduce that to 91,114, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
6-1. Martha. Next line, 11903, that is blanked out, part-time. Stipend is near 1,000. Line 21,000, that is 5,000, 5,000, unchanged. Line 31,200, postage, 1,000, 1,000, unchanged. Travel, 31,300, 4,000, 4,000, unchanged.
Make a motion, change that to 2.
Second.
I've got a first and second on the floor to change the 4,000 to 2,000. Any questions or comments? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. That is cut to 2,000. repair of equipment, 35,202, 1,150, 1,150 unchanged. Equipment lease, 37,300, $4,480, $4,480.
Okay, I have a question here. It says, is this a contract or something? Because as of the time of this, it was only $880 were spent. So,
This is for items like for hotspots. It pays for, I believe, computers, and it's because they lease their computers from Purdue that these people use. So that pays for leasing the equipment.
okay, but I'm just wondering why, with this,
So we don't always turn them in every month. We might get 3 months' worth of claims at one time for the reimbursement for the hotspots and the laptops and everything. So it's just, this is, if you look at 2024, out of that 4,480, they spent 4,250. But this is, of course, just through June 30th. And so that's all they had expended so far. But
Plus-
that could have changed.
and then possibly some of that comes due at the end of the year?
Right, right.
Okay.
Okay. Any further questions online? Account number 37,300.
I think that looking at the historical data, when you're trying to look at the expenditures, if they know what they have out, we need to know what that is. I mean, we have no idea what this total is on the expenditure.
Well, and that's kind of what I was getting at, is if we go ahead and okay this, and then if they end up, with, let's say, $1,000, then we still, it's $3,400 that we budgeted for that perhaps didn't need to be in there. See what I'm saying, Jane?
Yes, I do.
So, but I agree that's, sometimes that can be a little confusing.
Well, this is just in the event they need hotspots, but you don't know how often there's no rhyme or reason as to when they need to do that.
Well, we pay for them for the whole year, but it's just in how they turn their claims in. Maybe they've got some.
But I mean, there's no way that they say in 2025, we had to have 5 hotspots, so in 2026, we need 5 hotspots. They don't do that. It's
No,
just,
no, I don't see that. I just see the invoice on.
that's my point.
Yeah.
That we wish we knew.
So this would be one if we had to revisit it, and they need to come back in and
I
do
mean, I
an
can get you
additional.
more information. I
Okay.
can see what they've spent through September
Okay.
and let you know that at the next meeting. If you want to know how they spend any more towards this, and I can pull some invoices and see typically what the billing is on that invoice for you.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that what you want to do on that one? Revisit that one?
Yes, please.
Okay. Next line, 35,202, 1150, 1150. That's repair of equipment, no change. The equipment lease. I'm still wondering about that equipment lease.
That's the one we just talked
Yeah.
about.
Yeah, I'm still wondering about that equipment lease.
Well, she's going to get us some
I'll get you
information.
More information on it. And
That's-
I can pull
that's
it
the
tomorrow
hotspots,
and
Rick.
email it to you all, so you'll have it before the meeting.
Okay, because I had flags all over that. Okay. Any questions on that page? Okay, we're going to move on to the next one. Aviation. Fund 11111, 12,000, 12,000. That one's unchanged. Fund 11112, that one is 1,500, 1,500, unchanged. Extra help, account number 11901, 45,669. That one actually went down to 40,622. Office supplies, account 21,000, went from 800 to 4,000.
I'd move that be reduced to 1,500.
Okay. I've got a motion on the
Second.
floor first by Jeff, then Janie, seconds. Any questions or comments on this one? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, that one passed. Martha, that one's going to be reduced to 1,500. Okay. Account 22-101, $2,200, $2,200, unchanged. Account 23-100, 400, went up 100 on janitor supplies. Account 23-801, went from 15,000 to 25,100.
I move that be brought back to 15,000.
Second.
I've got a first and second. Jeff and Janie. Any questions or comments on this one? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Martha, that one's going back to 15. Okay. Account 30300, 300 to 300, unchanged. Account 30400, 2,000 to 2,000, that one's unchanged.
Make a motion to decrease that to $1,000.
Do you need it,
On the
Jeff?
legal fees,
What is that?
The legal fee, I mean,
Where are we?
you're on,
30,
My numbers don't match up.
3,400,
$3,400, 3,430, well, whatever. Thank you.
Oh, 400.
Yeah. You've not used it ever.
on
To
the-
zero it out?
That's fine.
okay, you made a motion to,
I will amend my motion to $0.
okay.
There you go.
Amy has
Second.
amended her motion to $0. Do I have a second?
Second.
Julie, second. Any questions, comments? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, that one is eliminated. Okay. Line 3501, 12,000, 12,000. That line's unchanged. 31,200, postage, 200, 200. That line's unchanged. Communication, 31,400, there's nothing there. 31,402, 4,000 to 5,000, that's an increase of 1,000. $33,202, insurance, 22,000, went to 24,000. 34,000, utilities went from 20,000 to 22,000. Fire protection is 0, nothing there. 35,100, building and equipment maintenance went from 2,000 to 7,500.
Make a motion to take that back to $2,000.
To 2,000? Okay, have a motion on the table to take the 7,500 back to 2,000. Do I have a second?
Jeff, is that a possibility, or you,
I'll make it work.
He said he'll make
He'll
it work.
make it work.
I'll second.
Okay, Phil seconds. Okay, any questions or comments on this one? And that one's going back to 2,000. Okay, no questions or comments. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. That one goes back to 2,000, Marta, they're at 35,100. 35,602, repairs, 7,500, went to 11,250. $35,804, runway lights and fixtures, that stayed the same at 1,000.
Jeff, may I ask why that's never used?
Well, we haven't had any real problems with the lights. But it's likely. Who knows?
Just noticed it never had been used, I wasn't sure.
Take it out if you'd like.
Well, it'll be the year for you to have light trouble, as sure as I do.
I'll take that risk.
You'll take the risk?
I make a motion to reduce the runway lights and fixtures line to $0.
So
I'll-
zero.
I'll second it then.
Okay.
Don't have trouble.
Got a first and a second on 35,804 to reduce that line to 0. Any questions or comments? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Passed. Martha, that one goes to 0. Okay. Line 30, account 36,200. That one went from, this is AWS maintenance, 500 to 2,500.
I know that's very important, but it did take a big jump. Do you know that it's gonna be?
Everything out there is aging. That equipment that stands for Aviation Weather Observation Station, and it's very expensive. The one part, the salometer went bad. It's gonna cost $75,000 to replace it. I found a used one up in Northern Indiana, an airport that was switched out, so I paid $2,000 for that.
Wow.
So, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty important operation out there. I don't want to be unreasonable.
Well, I can always come back if I need it.
Then I'm going to make a motion to cut that back to 500 again.
I'll second.
I've got a motion on the floor from Janie and a second from Amy to cut that line 36,200 back to 500. Any questions or comments? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, Martha, that one is 7-0 back to 500. Next line, 36600, fuel tank maintenance, that's 1,500 unchanged.
I canceled the lease that I wanted, so we could take that back to 3,000. We could take it back to 3,000.
Wait a minute, we're on the wrong ones.
I got account number 36600,
Oh, that's the fuel tank.
fuel tank maintenance.
The one I had up yet.
Okay, now we're there. Account 37300, which is equipment lease, that was 3.
You can take it back to 3,000 if somebody else makes a motion.
Motion to reduce that to 3,000.
Janie made the motion to revert that back to 3,000. Phil second. Okay, any questions or comments? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that one's going back too, Martha. Okay, the next one, 39,400 is 500 stayed the same.
You want that?
And that ended that page. Okay.
Stay on your line.
Next page, Health Department. This is gonna get wild. Okay, account 11115, that's 24,089, 24,089, unchanged. Overtime line, 11308, 0. Health Deputy, 11318, 36,226, it actually went down to 34,562. 11319, clerical, 43,197, 43,298. Deputy, 11,500, 44,033 to 44,117. Health nurse, 11,505, 60,060, 60,060, unchanged. Line 11605, sanitarian, 58,368, 58,368. Line count number 11607, 18,928, 18,928, unchanged. Line 11612, sanitarian, 31,087 to 49,850.
You have always expended so far.
Huh?
You read the expended amount for 2025 and not the actual budget amount for 2025.
The 45,574. So that one still went up.
I have a note out here at the side about defunding that position.
Well, last I heard, we were down to 1.
Is that position?
It wouldn't be that one, it would be the other one, I think.
The primary?
Your sanitarian at the wage of 58,368 is no longer with the county.
58, okay, sanitarian is no longer with us. Okay. So, maybe that's the one we should be talking about.
Instead of the other one.
Yeah.
Now, there was a way to do that with, which we all went through with Baker Tilly, but you can actually defund that line but leave that position.
Right, that's what I suggest defunding.
Okay.
But I had the wrong line, I'm sorry.
Okay. Is that a motion?
In the form of a motion.
Okay. Janie made the motion to defund this line.
Can you clarify which line are we talking,
11605.
11605. Defund that line. Just not going to fund it for 2026. But the way I understand it, that position stays there. Janie's got a first. Do I have a second?
Just as long as we are in compliance with state laws, I would never want to put ourselves in jeopardy there if we are committed to certain things.
Well, you still got one sanitarian left, which is what we had for a while. But if we go the way Janie's talking about,
Not taking the position
Yeah,
away.
if you-
it's not taking the position away, it's
Right.
just defunding it for 2026. So,
I mean, they haven't even talked about, as far as I know,
Just
no
getting
one's talked
additional
about that
going
going
forward.
forward.
Okay.
I mean, we take the money away, we leave the line there. If someone from that department comes and asks for that position to be filled again, I guess it would just be viewed as an additional at that point. But yeah, we would still be able to be compliant with anything.
Okay.
Martha, the health fund is pretty healthy, correct?
Very healthy, yes. I can tell you that as of today,
So,
they have 833,217.83 in their fund balance.
okay, so I've got a motion on the table to defund this, but leave that line, that position actually there. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Phil seconds. Any questions, comments on this one? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Martha, that is 7-0, and you're removing 58,368.
And I made you jump back a few lines, I'm sorry.
Shouldn't have jumped forward. Okay, stipend is 3,500 for that.
If you're defunding one
reduce-
full-time
You need to,
position,
you need to
Take
bump
away
one down.
500 from that
The
position.
120,11, if you're defunding one, that needs to go down to
3,000.
3,000. I'll make the motion on that. Do I have a second? Phil, second. Any questions or comments? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Martha, that one is going down. Okay, stipend part-time, 250. Account number 12102, which is Social Security, 25,686, 25,850, went up a little bit. Retirement, 12200, 37,260, went up to 39,584. Group insurance, 12300, 78,600, decreased to 70,000.
If you defunded that position, would there not be small decreases in those lines?
Yeah. I don't know how you would figure them, but yes,
I
you're
don't know how to
right.
figure it,
Social Security,
correct.
retirement, all that would have a negative.
Well, that's what I was trying to figure, because on the group insurance, that 12300, that went down.
It could be in the changes in coverage that employees have taken, depending upon what they take is dependent upon what it costs. So if you had somebody that was on a family plan and they went to an employee only, that would be a large decrease in that amount that they would owe.
But he's saying because we defunded that position, it's gonna affect all the rest of those
Right,
numbers,
right. So,
which you're gonna have to do,
so,
right?
she could revisit that. I mean, she's not gonna know,
She can't.
yeah.
off the top of my head.
There's a lot of
Right,
unknowns there.
right.
That could change
No.
next meeting because she's on the agenda the very next
Yeah.
council meeting, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we're gonna revisit 12300, correct?
Two action on the council meeting, next Tuesdays for 2 full-time and 1 part-time position.
That one we're gonna revisit.
I'd
Okay,
say all three of them.
Yeah, all three of them.
200 and 300.
revisit all three of them.
Social Security, retirement, all of them should change.
Mhm. Okay. 18400. Then, whatever that is, improvement, 700, no change. Count 21,000, office supplies, 700, no change.
Does anybody know what that's for? 18,400 is?
Yeah, and I was just thinking the same, professional improvement.
So when they go to a conference or something, that's their per diem that they get.
Professional improvement.
Yes, professional improvement.
That must be a
That's just one of the
professional license.
abbreviations.
I know.
Okay, office supplies unchanged. 21,400, clinic supplies, 500, unchanged. Count 22,000, administrative expense, that is 500, unchanged. Postage, 31,200, 73. They don't have much on postage. 31,300, travel, 2,100. 314.02, 486, unchanged. Shipping, 32,600, that's 180, unchanged. Utilities, 34,000, 7,500, unchanged. 35,202, 500, unchanged. Repair of equipment. 37,000, training and conference, 700, unchanged.
They must not have to have continuing ed or anything. They're not taking advantage
They
of.
may have other budgets, grants that cover some of this travel and training, and they don't have to use it out of this.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, that one's unchanged. Printing, 39,400, 200, 200, unchanged. 39,601, contracted services, 6,500, 6,500, unchanged. And that ends that page. Any questions on that page? That's good. Next page, Treasurer's Office. Okay. Account 11100, elected official, 55,155, 55,155, unchanged. 11300, deputy, 75,097, 75,185, which we figured that was the increments. 11901, extra help, $10,005, went to 11,000. $12011, stipend, 1,500. Account 21,000, 2,500. On office supplies, 2,500, unchanged. Postage, 31200, 1,000, 1,000. But then I'm questioning that because I'm not seeing no history on that, Martha.
Have not spent anything.
If you remember, she had leftover stamps from
Okay.
the prior administration, and she was trying to use all of that postage up, and has not touched that line this year just because she had extra
Leftovers.
leftover from prior, yeah.
Account number 37000, training and conference, 750. That one went to 1,000. 38,300, association member dues, 280, went to 300. MPV tax and fund support, 25,000, went to 30,000.
And you know that's what that's gonna be.
Based on what they're telling us so far, that, because she has half in her budget, I have half in my
Right.
budget.
Thank you.
39,300, software support, 26,000.
Martha, did you get a chance to check to see if that's the one that's also accounted for in the
I
commissioners?
believe it is. I believe that is what, that is Lau's portion. So. I don't know, okay, I did not.
So we're,
I think it's mine.
so you want to revisit that one to make sure?
Yeah, I want to make sure we don't double pay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The software support revisit?
yes. Okay. Any other questions on that one? We're going to revisit that one. 39,400, printing, 25,000, went to 27,000. Jump on that one. 44,000, computers, 500, went to 1,000.
I think she has some old computers on the countertop that she's gonna have to upgrade. Maybe try to do like maybe one at a time.
Okay, that's the end of that page. You guys got any questions on this one?
Can we revisit the software support? In reviewing my budget on page 47, I do not have that matching line, so I believe that that was moved to the commission's budget. So,
From you?
So are you saying it's not, shouldn't be in this budget?
I don't think we need it in this budget, but I will.
You don't want us to do
double
anything?
check, but just in looking quickly at mine, because ours pretty much mirror when it comes to software and tax support and everything.
So we'll revisit that one. Okay, no more questions on that page. We'll go to weights and measures. Okay, account number 11104, 21,161, 21,161 unchanged. 21, or the account number 21,500, 500, unchanged. 31,300, travel, 800 to 800, unchanged. Training and educational, 37,002, 600 to 600, unchanged. 43,100, office equipment, 300 to 300, unchanged. Any questions on that page? Next page. County clerk. Okay, account number 11100, 56,834, 56,834, remained the same. 11300, deputies, 199,561. She actually went down to 163,801.
And that was due to,
That's when she dropped that one position.
And she also had a long-time employee retire
Yeah.
that moved higher salary.
Okay, overtime line blanked. Okay, 11,400 bookkeeper, 47,830, that one went down. 39,312. 11800 traffic clerk, 45,209. 45,427, went up a little.
That's probably gonna be on an increment register.
That's what I've got increment on that one. Okay, 12002 clerk dues, 600 to 600, unchanged. Stipend full-time, 3,500. Stipend part-time, 0. Count 21,000, office supplies, 3,500 to 3,500, unchanged.
This is where she requested that we combine lines.
We're gonna combine those three lines
And make it $5,000, I think.
to $5,600.
5,600.
Okay,
I
so
got 5,600.
I got 5,600.
And we're going to put it all under 21000.
So that will all go under that one.
Make a motion to increase 21,000 to $5,600.
Second?
Okay, I got a first from Amy, a second from Janie. Any questions, comments on this? Because this is going to 3 lines. It stayed, the total will stay the same, right?
Yes.
Total stays the same, it just combines into one. Any questions, comments? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Martha, that one is passed. Okay, postage, 31200.
So you have to defund, if you're gonna do that and you wanna keep it the same, then you have to do a motion to defund 21001 and 21002, or else those will stay that way.
So moved.
Are we defunding them, or are we removing them?
That's up to you, I don't make a motion, so however you see
You
that,
wanna-
but you have
They're-
to do
Remove.
something with
We're
it.
going to remove. I'm looking at the
Remove.
clerk, and she's saying
We're
remove.
going to remove. I got a first from Jeff, is there a second?
Second, remove, to
Julie.
remove. To
Second.
remove.
Yeah, Jeff got first. Julie's got the second. Any questions on this one?
That's to remove those 2 lines. Okay.
Okay. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so that will remove those 2 into one. Thank you, Katie. Okay. 31,200 postage, 4,000, went up a little bit, 4280. 31,300 travel, 100, went up a little bit, 175. And that's the end of that page. Any questions on this page? Okay, we'll go to the next one. Election expense. 11102, election board members, 3790, which is election year, 8269, large jump. 11406, absentee voters board, nothing to go by on that one. Requested budget is 40,768. Account 11601, I have nothing to go by. 1.5 goes to 15,862. Account 12,000, clerk. 1,000 stayed the same. Account 21,000, 1,000 went to 10,000 for office supplies.
And that's election expenses.
Yeah, because we got election this year.
Yeah, that's for Baker Tilly, so we can drop that.
Mm-hmm.
Baker Tilly. Let's see.
Yeah. That's not gonna happen.
Good?
Hmm?
Okay. 31,100. That one is 15,000, went to 22,400. Microvote. Election day on site. 31101, I have nothing to go by. That one is in 5,200.
But you can go back to 24 and see.
I can go back to 24, but nothing in 25. Okay. Any more questions on that one? 31102, 5,000, that one went up a little bit, 5,400. No one, guess that's how you say it. 31200 postage, again, nothing to go by, that one is now 15,000. But you're right, we can go back to 2024, which would be, if you do that, she cut it down because it was 20,000
Right.
there.
It was a presidential event.
31304, mileage, 550. 32,200, legal notices, 450. 32,300, signs, 500. 34,100, internet phone, 100. 35,202, 1,000. 37,000, or account 37,000, training and conference was 250, and that line is blank. 37,101, meals precinct, whatever the rest of it is, there's nothing to go by there, 3,000. 39,601, contracted services, 9,860. End of that page. Is there any questions on that? Okay, we'll go on to the next one. Registration of voters. Okay, the first one, which is 11308, is blank. Overtime. 11500, deputy, went from 34,991 to 37,346.
Why was that? What does that mean?
That was the agreement if I gave up someone, I had to be able to train her to work in the clerk's office. So she went up to regular clerk pay.
Good. 11902, typist. That one is blank. 21,000, count 21,000, 2,000, 2,000, stayed the same. Count 22,100, blank.
But does that just go away? I know it says it goes to April, so that
Yeah.
line just goes away.
Yeah, it'll fall off.
12011, which is a stipend full-time, which is 500. 31200, postage, 2,000, 2,000, unchanged. 31301, travel and training, 450, went down to 275. 31305, zeroed. 38,300, member dues, 100, went to 200. And that's the end of that page. All right,
Perpetuation.
that's it. Next page, thank you. 11901, 16,000 went to 16,500. 12102, 2,000 went to blank, no money. 21,000, 2,500 stayed the same at 2,500. 43,100, office equipment, 2,600 to 2,600, no change.
Okay, I know you've told us why there's no social security there, but I don't remember.
Goes through the commissioner's budget.
Thank you.
More questions on that page? We'll go to the next one. Emergency management. Okay. 11116, director, 41,296, 41,296, unchanged. 11706, 5460, 5356. That's expended, 5356, that stayed the same. Okay, 12011, stipend full-time, which is 500. Stipend part-time,
I
250.
have a note.
Zeroed that out.
Huh?
We zeroed
We were
that out.
paying them twice, so we're getting rid
Okay,
of
we
that.
zeroed on this one, or we zeroed on,
I've got it on this one.
okay, so yours even, one of them, I think I did it on the other one, but,
We need to remove both part-time
Yes,
stipends.
yes.
Does that need to be in a motion? I make a motion to cut line 12012 to $0.
Second.
okay, I have a motion and a second. Any questions on this one?
You don't have, okay, no, sorry.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, those two are gonna get removed, Martha.
Well, then you have to go up and do 12011 separately?
12011.
No, it'll go in the other one. So they're gonna do
Okay.
a full-time stipend.
Just have
in
one
this
of them.
budget,
Okay,
and the other
gotcha.
person on the other budgets, if we do the 500.
Couldn't read my
Yeah.
notes.
Okay, stipend part-time. 12102, Social Security, 4,000, 4,000, unchanged. Retirement, 12,200, 75, 7,500, no change. Group insurance, 12300, 22,000, reduced to 10,000. 21,000, office supplies, 200 and 200, unchanged. 24,600, other supplies, 1,000, unchanged. 31200, postage, 200, 200, unchanged. Travel, 31300, 800, 800, unchanged. 31402, telephone, 3,500, 3,500, unchanged. 35202, repair of equipment, 8,200, 8,200, unchanged. Training and educational, 37002, 2,500, 2,500, no change. Printing, 39,400 is blank. 43,101, new equipment, 2,000, 2,000, unchanged. Okay. Any questions on this page? We'll go to the next one. Okay, statewide 911. Okay. 11116, director, 10,480, 10,480, unchanged. 11321, redressing coordinator, 38,821, 38,821, unchanged. Stipend, 12011, 500. 12012, stipend part-time, 250.
Make a motion to cut line 12012 to $0.
Okay, I've got a first from Amy to remove that stipend.
Second.
Janie, second. Any questions on this one? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Martha, that one's out. Okay, Social Security, 12102, 3486. No, that's the expenditures. We may have to pull that blind. 5,500, no change. 12200, retirement, 11,000, no change. 12300, group insurance, 18,000, went up to 20,000. 21,000, 250 to 250, nothing changed. 31304, mileage, 500, no change. 31402, telephone, 12,000, no change. 35202, repair of equipment, 150,000, that one jumped to 190,000. I've got arrows on this matter. On 35501, dispatcher reimbursement, 19,000 and 19,000. No change in that one. 36005, leasing and dispatcher reimbursement, 180,000. That one went to 210,000. 37002, 15,000 and changed at 15,000. 43101, new equipment, 50,000, went to 90,000. And that's the end of that page.
Do we have an explanation on that?
New server.
No.
You sure?
What'd you say, Julie?
New server.
Well, there's actually two that are pretty good jumps. Okay. Any more questions on that page, or do you want to check with Val on that and revisit that?
No questions.
Okay. No questions on that page, we'll go to the next page. Emergency planning. A bit easy one. 21, count 21,000, 500, no change. 31200, postage, 50, no change. 31304, mileage, 300, no change. 37002, training educational, 5,000, no change. Printing, 39,400, 150, no change. Count 43101, new equipment, 4,000, no change. Any questions on that? Okay, corner. Page, my page 18, I don't know what you guys got. They're all got them. Okay, corner, 11100, 22,811, 22,811, no change. 11,200, chief deputy, 10,400, 10,400, no change. 11302, that is per case deputy coroner, that went from 2,500 to 0. 11403, office manager, 8840, no change. Stipend full-time, 500. Stipend part-time, 500. Utilities, count 34,000, 5,400, unchanged. 37,500, autopsies, 90,000, unchanged. Toxicology, 37,600, went unchanged, $3,750. Ambulance, transportation, 37700, 16,000, unchanged. Post-exam cleanup, 37,800, mine is blank. It went from 4,000 to 0. 38,000, morgue operations, 4,000 to 10,000, that one jumped. 38,300, association member dues, 600, that one went down to 525. Any
That's a
questions?
switch.
Any questions on that? Okay. Next page, forensic services. 34,000, I have nothing on that one. 38,001, 3,500, that one remained the same. That's all I got. Any questions on that one? Okay, assessor. County assessor, elected official, 11100, 57,059, 57,059, unchanged. 11101, assessor level 2, 2,500, remain the same, 2,500. Deputies, 11,300, 46,738, 46,738. Deputy level 2. Okay, that's not.
That's
the
their
one.
certification, isn't it?
That's the search, that's what I was thinking. On the deputy level 2. Okay, that one is 11303, 3,000, 3,000, unchanged. Nothing on the overtime line. Second deputy, 11402, 166, 413, 165,000. That one is not up.
So how many second deputies are there?
Went down.
Hmm.
Went from 166 to 163. No, she went over, didn't she?
Went down. That's the one I was. Huh?
Which one? On
There's how many? in that?
402?
11402, she has 4 deputies in that line.
Okay. Is that the one we haven't been funding?
Correct.
That's the one we have
This one
not?
hasn't been filled. It's funded, it's not filled.
Okay. That's the one that's not been filled. That's the one I was thinking. Okay. 12011, stipend full-time, 3,000. 21,000, office supplies, 1,000, 1,000, unchanged. 22,100, gasoline, 500, 500, unchanged. 31200, postage, 1,500, 1,500, unchanged. 31300, travel, 500, 500, unchanged.
Let's go back to the deputies.
Wasn't this on our Baker Tilly list?
Yes.
Yes.
That's on the Baker Tilly list. Where is that? You got yours out? That was on. Okay, on the second deputy, that was 11402, 166 to 165,000. And that was on the Baker Tilly list to defund that one position but not eliminate the line at this time.
I will tell you this, I got a call today from the DLGF, from the head of the DLGF, Jason Cockrell, that said that he was demanded from the governor's office to call me to find out why we were rolling values.
Why you were late?
Yes. And I told him we were late because I have been understaffed since January.
Well, I've seen those emails, I've seen the first round of emails you got.
Pardon?
I've seen the first round of emails that you got from the state.
Yeah, but he said that somebody at the chamber dinner complained to the governor, an elected official from our county, complained to the governor at the chamber dinner that we rolled our values, that our values hadn't been rolled yet, that we were late, and that it was going to affect the billing. So the governor's office demanded that the head of the DLGF call me today, find out why.
What chamber?
The chamber dinner in August, when the governor's So I got a call today from the head of the DLGF because the governor demanded to know why our values were.
April, when you had a full staff though, you were behind too.
But we rolled on time a lot in the last few years.
Well, I know it's always
This is
been,
the latest we have been.
it's almost always been a problem for us to get the numbers we needed.
We rolled last year on time,
I know last year.
and we rolled the year before that on time. It's been several years since we rolled late.
Okay, but this was one of them who, on Baker Tillis, to determine the money, but not defund the line.
Right.
That was one of them, one position of it.
But I'm just passing on what happened today.
Okay.
I didn't get the call, you gotta go, wanted to know why, so.
Any questions on that?
Well, are you gonna, is that what you're gonna do?
That's per the Baker Tilly.
If you're not gonna fill the position, you might as well defund the position until you're ready to fill it.
Because that would, it would keep her line open. Keep the line open.
She has 4 deputies there,
Yeah,
so you're not cutting 4 deputies. You're just going to cut it back, whatever the motion that's made, just for one salary.
do it.
And
So you're not cutting the line, you're just
Yeah,
defunding one position. So you would cut it back, whatever that one position, you come up with a number, if that's what you want to do.
April, is there a possibility of funding that fully or partially out of reassessment?
Well, if my levy gets raised, that would be great. The former auditor cut my levy to nothing. So that's an issue. I mean, I can't even cover support right now with that levy cut that she did to me.
you're working on the levies now, right?
I would love to be able to do that. I pay one deputy out of it now. I would be more than happy to if I had the money. Because we need the help.
Okay. I'll tell you what, let's revisit this, Martha, and take a look at her levies to see if that can be moved.
The levy can be moved.
You good with that?
so we're gonna revisit line 11402.
Yep. 11402, we're gonna revisit that one. Okay. Moving on, 12011, the stipends, 3,000. Now, Ben, she's down one, does that need to be cut back to the 2,500?
Not until you decide.
Huh?
You can revisit it, not until you decide. what
Let's
to do.
revisit that one too. Okay. Count 21,000, office supplies, 1,000, 1,000, unchanged. 22,100, gasoline, 500, 500, unchanged. 31200, postage, 1,500, 1,500, unchanged. 31300, 500, 500, unchanged. 39601, 500, 500, which is contracted services, no change. Okay. Okay. You ready for break?
I know Phil, you said Phil.
Okay. Tell you what, that's a good place to take a 10-minute recess. And we'll take a 10-minute recess and reconvene in 10 minutes, and then we'll start back in on the reassessment. How's that? You good? That's what threw me off. Cold beer. Oh, it's pop. All right.
You got a long way to go.
Okay, we're going back to it. We're going to start back on reassessment.
What?
Page 9?
Hold it.
We're gonna go to line 39300. We're gonna cut that $26,000 out because that is in the commissioner's budget for that software support for Lao Financial Services.
Page 9. Well, you were busy in that 10 minutes.
So someone will need to put that in form of a motion.
Which one you cutting?
I'm just giving you the information.
What line is it?
Which one?
39300. I make a motion
Okay.
to cut that.
I've got a
total out.
motion from Janie to remove that 26,000. Do I have a second?
Second.
Amy, second. Any questions, comments on that one? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Martha, that one's removed.
Thank you.
So that's in the commissioner's budget?
Yes. The full amount. Because this was split between the treasurer and the auditor.
Okay, now we're going back to page 21, I think, reassessment. Okay. Line 11308, overtime, that line is zeroed, nothing there. 11402, second deputy, 38,859 to 39,312. That, I think we figured out was increments.
Cut that back.
Do I?
She cut that back when she presented to the 38,859.
Okay, she's going back to 38,859.
You need a motion.
We need a motion on that one.
So moved.
Okay, Jeff first, second.
Second.
Amy, second.
Julie.
Julie, okay. Any questions or comments on that one? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that one is going to 38,859. Okay. Okay. And then the extra help, 11901, 3120, 3120, stayed the same. Stipend, 500. 12102, Social Security, 4,300, 4,300, stayed the same. 12200, retirement, 5,650, 5,600. Went down a little bit. 12300, group insurance, 1,100, 1,100, unchanged.
Does that minor cut in the second deputy affect those three lines?
There'll be a little change in it going down.
Okay, yeah, it won't be much, but
No, it won't be much.
Okay. 13010, 12,480, 12,480, unchanged. 21,000 office supplies, 5,000, 5,000, unchanged. 3403, attorney fees, 10,000, 10,000. That's unchanged. I'm not seeing no expenditure. There's no expenditures on that.
But she
That's because I
had,
explained to you that if we don't have state appeals, I don't use her, but this year I had to use her, she just hasn't filled me yet.
Okay. 31,305, printing and advertising, 200, 200, unchanged.
why not, instead of leaving that in the budget, we don't come back if needed and ask for additional?
On the attorney fees,
Yeah,
so you've had to use it this time, this year?
I used her this year,
Do you know the amount?
not yet, because they haven't had the hearings yet at the state level. She's just worked on them.
I'm okay with come back for additional.
Come back with additional.
I'm okay with
So
that.
what do you need a motion on the cut then?
I said it would be better to
This
zero
doesn't
it
help you,
out,
I mean,
come
this
back
is
as
so
an additional
limited.
if she needs.
Do I?
This is in
This doesn't
reassessment.
help you, I
Okay.
mean, this is its own levy.
Okay, this is all levy here.
It just goes back into reassessment if you cut it.
It's not gonna affect the general fund.
But it lowers the budget.
Okay, still makes a difference in the total number of what our budget is,
The bottom line,
bottom line.
okay. Any other comments on that
Well, so
one?
what did you decide to do?
That one? I didn't get a motion on that because that didn't go into, if that's levy driven, I mean, I agree it comes from, it shows up on the bottom line. I wished I knew, I tell you what I want to do, that one, I want to know what you spent to date,
She hasn't been.
I haven't spent anything today.
as soon as she
She
can.
hasn't billed me. She usually bills me in December for everything she's done through the
Well,
year.
that makes it even harder.
Yeah. I thought Julie suggested something. You didn't?
When we were told the 1.6, that includes something such as this. Is that correct or no?
No.
No, okay.
I say we leave it.
Okay, so we're not going to do anything on 30403. Okay, 31305, printing and advertising, 200 unchanged. And 35302, vehicle repair and maintenance equipment, 3,000. No change. 36017, training and reassessment, 201,000, 250,000.
And I upped that because we'll be signing a new contract for 25 for the next 4 years.
So that's contract?
Yeah, that'll be a new contract that we sign for the next 4 years, and I'm just estimating what it might be. We haven't let bids yet. And what's in there is what I had contracted. What's left in there is already contracted. So it's not overage that's left in that account, it's already contracted for. What's in that line?
Any questions on that line? 37,100, dues and organizations, 4,000 unchanged. 39,300, software support, 39,000 unchanged. 39,607, software aerials, 27,868, unchanged. 43,101, new equipment, 12,000.
I'd like to go back to 30,403 and make a motion to cut that back to $5,000.
3403, which is the attorney fees. Okay.
Okay, I also paid for appraisals out of that.
Out of attorney fees?
Yes, it's attorney fees and professional services.
Well, so you haven't paid for any and,
But I do have appraisals I owe for this year.
I
I
also,
don't know what next year will bring.
well, I think we need to consider that even if that line is not spent, it could easily be transferred into vehicle repair and maintenance, which could be an expense that has to be incurred and could be paid with these funds, so.
it could be transferred into what?
Well, I'm thinking like vehicle repair and maintenance, that's another 3,000 line. So we may not spend it on professional services, but it could be spent elsewhere, but it's all within reassessment. So it's all gonna be under that same levy.
Again, I'm just thinking of the bottom line. I know it stays in reassessment, I understand that. But we still,
This year I've probably spent more than $10,000.
I'm sorry,
I
April.
said, I know this year I've probably spent more than $10,000.
Well, then I'll stop right there.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
Yeah, because you did not make a motion on that, right?
I rescind that
You
motion.
rescind the motion, okay. Okay, training and reassessment, 250, that's the one we were on there. Dues and organizations, I think, 4,000 unchanged. The software support, I've got arrows on that, but it's the software and aerials. The 27,868 and 868,
That's pictometry.
what's the,
That's the aerials we get flown every 2 years.
okay.
That's the county's portion of it. We split between the city. Valerie pays some, the sheriff pays some, and the city pays some. That's my portion.
Okay.
You say it's every 2 years,
Every 2 years.
but it's in here every year.
Because they divide it up that way for us, so it's not a big lump sum every year. Every 2 years, they divide it out for us, so that
Okay.
it's easier for us to pay for it.
Okay. Wow.
Four-
Pricey.
Good. 43,101, new equipment, 12,000, unchanged. And that's all I've got on reassessment. Are there any questions on this page?
Do you have your eye on the new equipment this year?
As far as we've had used, yeah, I've had some claims for equipment. I don't know why it's not showing that, but I have had some. No, they're not high dollar, but I haven't. We bought some computers a few years ago when we started that. We try to rotate those, so we're only buying one or two.
Right. I noticed it's never gone over $5,000, and I just thought maybe it could be reduced by 6.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Make a motion to reduce line 43101
Okay,
to $6,000.
to 6,000, okay. Page 21, line 43101, new equipment. Janie's got a motion on the table to reduce the 12,000 to 6,000. Do you have Phil seconds? Phil seconds. Any questions or comments? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Martha, that one is going to revert back to 6,000. And that's the end of that page. Okay. Sales disclosure, this is a long one. One line. 35,802, 6,000, 6,000, unchanged. There's nothing else there. Okay, next one up. Prosecutor, account number 11100, elected official, 5,000, 5,000, unchanged. Prosecuting attorney, 11308, I'm blanked on that all the way to the 40,000.
We got that there, right?
We cut that the other night to 10.
Yeah, when he was here, we were looking for you.
I'm going to make a motion to cut the 10 to 0 on 11308. You got a second?
Second.
Jeff seconds. Any questions or comments? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, 5 to 2, that one's going to be cut to 0, Martha. Clerk assistant, 11404, 134,719, that one actually dropped to 129,293. Deputy, 11500, 5,000, 5,000, unchanged. 11600, investigator, 55,893, 55,966, which is probably the increment. Okay, 11613, that line is blank, nothing. Deputy prosecutor, 11801, $320,000. That one went up $10,000 to $330,000.
That's because he's proposing to raise one of his deputies from the 80,000 to 90,000.
So that would include a raise for one deputy? Okay.
For a $10,000 raise. Make a motion to cut line 11801 back to $320,000.
Second.
I got a first from Janie, a second from Jeff on 11801, taking the $330,000 back to the $320,000. Any questions or comments? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 7-0, Martha. That one goes back to 320. Okay. 11811, juvenile prosecutor. I have no information on that other than it's $40,513 is a new position.
I thought the other night when we talked about that, I've got it circled that it's with no beside it.
I thought he already had one, but
He did, it was,
It's
he funded it somehow last
It's
year.
Mr. Grant, but I think, if I'm wrong, Martha, correct me, he funds it because he has an open position in the deputy line, and he funds that position from the deputy line.
It was in there the year before last, and got cut last year. He found some way to pay it last year, and he put it back in there this year.
So then if you fund that juvenile prosecutor position, you are also then in the deputy prosecutor line, he would have that open position that's been open. And I don't know how long that position's been open. So you have a position that you're funding that's not filled, then in the deputy prosecutor line, and then you would make, if you leave the juvenile prosecutor line, then that would be to fund Justin Grant is now.
so it's $40,513 either way you go.
So let me pull this. So he lists on his salary statement that he has listed under 11801, deputy prosecutor, Sarah Cummings at 90,000, Justin Grant at 80,000, Kristen Meza at 80,000, and Arthur Piercy at 80,000.
How's he funding Grant at 80,000? He's part-time.
Because the 80,000 times 4 is the 320,000 that he has budgeted.
Okay.
I make a motion to zero line 11811.
I'll second.
I'd have a question before we do that. Can I?
Yeah.
I can see. So what would that do to, I know that our juvenile numbers are huge, so what would that do to his ability to be able to do his job as he has been doing it without interfering with the court system or without us having to perhaps do some overtime or, I don't know. Just throwing
Well,
it out.
that's what I
Doesn't
asked.
affect it at all, does it?
That's what I asked, because he's already got a juvenile prosecutor right now under Justin Grant, with Justin Grant.
And he's funding it with a position that he's never been able to fill. So that's what we're suggesting to continue doing.
Okay, so it would still be for the same amount that he's making now, and he would still be working the same amount of time?
Well, it wouldn't actually touch him. This is a new position.
prosecutor
Okay.
positions, and he's asking for the juvenile. You guys cut the juvenile last year, and so the position that he has as a full-time deputy, that's how he pays Mr. Grant, who is the juvenile prosecutor.
I'm still confused on this.
Cutting this line to zero means status quo for 2026. It means
Well,
Means what?
budget-wise, but not staffing-wise, because he's been able to do it staffing-wise. But budget-wise, yes, you would be holding it the same. I don't know, this budget needs to be looked at and broken down more to the specific salary caps or something where it's not just a pool of money, I guess, where he can move it. Because I'm not clear on what we're funding and what we're not, and what positions we've got. Or does anybody else?
I'm just not, if this is a new position and he's already got a juvenile prosecutor right now, then I'm not interested. And then we've already got a first and a second on the table now to eliminate this line.
Well, okay, what does this do? I know parity has nothing to do with the numbers, amount of employees. If I'm correct, it's the amount of money that's spent on public defender as well as prosecutor. Is that correct or no?
I would leave that to Mr. Slade.
I didn't get the question.
Yeah, I don't think that's.
Mr. Sled, did he hear
Mr.
that?
Sled?
She's asking about parity between the prosecutor and the
Justin Grant, part-time, is being paid outside of parity as we are right now because he's being paid $80,000 for a part-time position.
Wow.
So that position is already outside parity, correct?
It is.
Okay.
sounds like an issue not to be addressed during the budget.
The other one.
It sounds,
Okay, we have a first and we have a second on the table to eliminate 11811. Is there any more discussion on this?
I'd like to revisit this whole budget on the prosecutor attorney budget, because I'm not clear on.
Okay, I still have a motion on the table. If there's no other discussion on this, I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor of eliminating 11811, which is the $40,513, please say aye.
aye.
Opposed?
Abstain. I don't know, I'm confused here. I'm not gonna vote on
You're
something that I'm not
abstaining?
straight
Yeah, I'm
on.
abstaining.
I'm
I'd
not
like
gonna
to
do
have
it.
more.
What'd you do? Your aye? Okay, I've got 2 abstained, 5 yeses. So this 11811 line for 40,513 is removed. Okay, next line, 12003 receptionist. I have nothing on that line.
That's because he moved, that position was split between this budget and his 4D budget, and he moved that person up to, anyway, he moved that person up and we eliminated that position of receptionist, so that position was taken out of the salary ordinance.
Okay, 12011, stipend full-time, 5,500. And we figured that up on 11
For 11 positions.
positions.
Is that correct with us eliminating that line?
That line would not have had a stipend on it, they would have had
Okay.
an employee of this year, with a
Okay.
stipend.
Okay. 21000, office supplies, 2,500. That went to 4,500. That one jumped 2,000.
I'll make a motion to revert that to the 25 budget number of 2,500.
Okay, so the motion is to take the 4,500 back to the 2,500, which is what it was for 2025. Have a second?
Second.
Janie seconds. Any questions on this one? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Martha, that is going back to 2,500. 7 yeses. Okay, 22,100 gasoline. That one is 2,500 to 2,500. That one remained the same. Expert.
I'd like to make a motion to cut that to $1,500.
Okay, Amy has got a motion on the table to cut 22,100 from 2,500 to 15. Have a second?
Second.
Julie seconds. Any questions on this one? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Martha, that one is going back to 1,500 and 7 yeses. Expert witness, 30201, 2,500 to 10,000.
I make a motion to cut that line back to 5,000.
You going to 5,000 or 25? Cut it back to 5,000.
24. Last year was 25.
Yeah, I went all the way back to 24. 25. 2,500.
Okay, so your motion
I
is,
apologize.
your motion is to cut 30201 from 10,000 to 2,500?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Jeff will second that. Any questions, comments? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Martha, 30201 is going back to 2,500. Okay, 30500 transcripts went from 3,000 to 6,000. 3,000. I don't know what the purpose of that is.
I make a motion to cut that line by 2,000 back to 4,000.
Okay, so you want to cut that one. Count 30500. Janie's got a motion on the table to cut it back to 4,000.
Yes.
Okay. A second?
Second.
Amy seconds. Any questions?
Julie.
Julie, I can't tell you guys apart tonight. Okay. Julie seconds, I'm sorry. Any questions, comments? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Martha, 30500 is going back to 4,000. 35202, repair of equipment, 750, unchanged. 37002, training and educational, 300, unchanged. 39601, contracted services. I have no history on this, and he's requesting 4,200.
He also stated that he would like to remove that, so I will make a motion to cut that line to 0.
Okay, I'm lost.
Yeah, that one, that is 39, I just found my note.
Okay, you cut that to
What?
0.
39,601.
39601 is, Amy's got a motion to cut to 0. I guess we have to do a motion on that one. Been saying we moved it?
I thought we'd already seen it.
Okay, Amy's got a first, do I have a second?
So you removed it.
Okay.
We didn't vote.
You didn't?
He removed
Oh,
it,
okay.
he said he'd remove it, we had no vote.
I have first and. It's been removed
Yeah,
first
that's
and.
right.
You have to vote on it.
We have to vote.
Oh, I thought you just said we didn't have
You
to.
did not, you didn't vote on it the other night. Some of them you did, some of them you didn't. This one, he said you could remove it, but there was no official vote.
Yeah. So Phil seconded that. Any questions or comments?
We're ready.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Martha, that is removed. 39,702, victim assistance match, 16,182, 17,800.
I don't see where it's
So
ever
this-
been used.
Well, it was not put in for 2024, and it needed to be, and we will be putting it in for 2025. This is the county's match for their Victims Assistance Grant.
For a grant.
Yes.
Okay.
And so this will be expended, the 16,182 will be expended this year. This is our portion of the match for next year.
Okay.
Okay. That's the end of that page unless somebody has any questions.
I think, before we move on, we need to get some clarification on the deputy prosecutor. The fourth one. Is that part-time?
11,500?
Yes.
The-
No, 11,801. You got 4 positions there. One of them, is he a juvenile prosecutor or not? And is that a part-time or full-time? Because if it's a part-time, it also has an effect on benefits.
He's part-time, getting paid as a full-time, is what they,
He is considered a part-time position, but he does receive county benefits.
At $80,000 a year, or is it 40,000?
I've got 80 on this.
They have $80,000 on their salary schedule that they turned in, stating the wages that they pay their employees.
See, it sounds to me like you've got 3 other full-time at 80,000.
Well, then there's another issue there. I think when they touched on that a minute ago, that is actually out of parity on that, Tim? That's out of parity with the state.
That's what I was asking,
There has
guys.
to be some clarification on
I
that.
think you bored.
I don't know what the answer is on that one.
well, it's,
You can request that he come to your next meeting on Thursday to the public hearing and address these issues.
Okay. We'll put that one down, Phil, as revisit. Do you want to get a hold of Sam and have him come in on this one,
I can contact his office, yes.
please? Okay, so we're going to revisit that one. Okay, we'll have him come in on the next meeting. Okay, is that all the questions on that page? Okay, now we're moving on to 24, which is 4D. Damn, Scott. 11405, caseworkers, 129, 357, 130, nope, that's not right. It's 133,586, 133,586, unchanged. 11700, 47,150, 47,830. And this is, all of this is 4D, isn't it? 11801, 80,000, 80,000,
This
unchanged.
is not 4D money. This is, the
General.
program is 4D child support, but this is paid out of county general.
This is paid out of county general.
it says right up there at the top of the page.
Okay. 11801, deputy prosecutor, 80,000, 80,000, unchanged. Receptionist, 12003, that one is blank.
That's the other half of the one
That-
from the prior budget.
Okay, and then we're going to 12011, which is stipends, 2,500. 21000, office supplies, 5,000, 5,000, unchanged. 31200, postage, 2,000, went to 2,500. 31300, travel, 2,500, 2,500. unchanged. 33,100, official bonds, 110, 110, unchanged. 35,202, repair equipment, 500, 500, no change. Postage meter, $36,600, $600, no change. 37,001, instruction, 2,000, that one went up 500 to 2,500. 38,300, association member dues, 600, 600, no change on that line. Printing, 39,400, 1,500, 1,500. I don't know why that one couldn't be bumped back, because that, he's not using that. The 312 and the 458. I mean, he's never spent over 500 on that.
Okay, I make a motion to cut that to 500 from 1,500.
Okay. Cut it back to 500. Okay.
Cut it to, I guess I should say.
39,400. I got a motion from Julie and a second from Jeff to cut that back to 500. Any questions on that one? All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, Martha, that's going back to 500, 7-0. 39,601, contracted services, 6,500, 6,500, no change. 39,602, parent locator assistance, 1,500, 1,500, no change. 39,603, interstate training, 2,000, 2,000, unchanged. 45,000, law books, 1,450. I got 1,450 wrote into that.
I did too.
They said it was less.
That was missed?
It got left off their budget.
Okay, so that, me writing it on there is right, okay. So that is unchanged.
I will make a motion to change the line 45000 to $1,450.
Second.
Okay, I've got a first and a second, Amy and Janie. Any questions on this one? All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, Martha, that 1,450 is going back in. Okay, 45,001, legal research, 2,500, 2,500. This is the same thing. I've got 2,500 wrote into that line. So-
Motion to add the 2,500 back on to
Okay, Julie makes,
5001.
Julie makes a motion, Janie second. 45,001, Martha add 2,500 back on that line.
Goes to the first and the second.
Vote.
You can take a vote.
Yeah, okay. I'm still trying to figure out my writing on that, because did Sam change that?
It was just omitted by accident, they needed to put it back in the other night, so.
So it was left out by accident, and he did it in the meeting?
Yes.
Okay, got the first and second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Martha, 45,001, 2,500 goes back in. Because he changed that in the meeting then. Okay. And then we got another one coming. Okay, that one is just the totals, I believe, on 25. I've got 293, 676. That's the totals off of, okay, so there's nothing to do on that page at all, except that total
She'll
has
have to change
changed.
the total.
She's got to change totals.
I got it.
Okay. Because usually I don't write into those lines.
Hey, Rick, I believe, if I'm not mistaken here, I think the next 26, 27, 28 are all, I think they're fee, at least 26 and 27 are fee driven. Is that correct? Pardon me?
I don't think you have to read
Or
those.
28, is that as well, Martha?
Pretrial
Victims?
diversion.
So that is the grant that we pay the match on.
Okay.
Rick, for page 26, I would be okay just asking if anyone has any changes on this page.
Okay, because I've got self-generating on that one. Okay, is there anybody wants to go over 26?
Wes?
Well, it still affects the budget, guys, the bottom line.
Okay. All right.
What's the fund balance? Is that
It's a what?
pretrial diversion,
I
Martha?
know.
What's the balance of that pretrial diversion fund?
It currently has 8,819.30 in it.
I'm surprised. I paid a lot of money into that over the years.
You
What
did.
did What did you say?
Speeding tickets.
Pretrial diversion has 8,819.30 in it.
At the last meeting, I had 9,852, so,
Yeah, this was printed as of today.
yeah, so it's probably right.
Okay. You want this one read off?
No.
Okay, this one is self-generating. Any questions on this page? Janie?
And on these, if they don't have the money in these fee funds, we don't spend it into the negative. They have to have the funds to cover it.
They have to have the funds to
For
pay.
reimbursable grant, we can let the balance be in a negative because we have to wait for the reimbursement to come in. But on fee funds, we do not let that happen.
All right, if there's no questions on that one, we'll go on to 27.
Well, I have all kinds of things marked up on there.
Okay, we'll go back to page 26. Okay, this is pretrial diversion. Stop me when you get to it, Janie.
Well, I mean,
21,000, which is office supplies, 3535, requested budget is 4,000. 31,200, which is postage, 2,300, increase to 2,700. 31,300, travel, 4,000, 4,000. No change.
and that has never been used more than $995.
But these are the funds that we want them to spend out of.
I'm sorry?
These are the funds that we want them to spend out of. Because if we can spend out of these,
I'm just talking about what this affects the bottom line of our budget. When we end up with the bottom line on our budget, this is going to be factored into that.
not when we look at our, like the 1.6 that we're trying to cut.
No, but it would be, I see what Janie's saying, it's going to be on the bottom line of the main budget. It's your total,
Yes.
which we know what the general fund is, but then we know what the complete budget is. What she's saying is it's going to show up on the numbers on the complete budget. You're saying the same thing, but two different ways.
No, we're saying two different things.
Yeah.
I mean, because I believe that you still got to look at that bottom line. I know we're trying to hit the general fund, but we still got to get the bottom line too. So, I mean, that makes a difference if you leave those numbers as they are and what the final total is. And when you get over onto the next page, there's one that I question coming down $5,000. So those things, unless I'm way off base.
Okay, that's on travel. 33,100, official bonds, 150, 150, no change. 33,204, crime prevention, 3,500, 3,500, no change. 33,205, electric monitoring, 10,000, 10,000, no change.
But it's not being used.
2025 expenditure is 2,100.
24 is 4,900.
Yeah, so he's rocking back and forth.
I mean, if I'm wrong about taking this off the bottom line, somebody tell me.
You're fine, it's going through. You're close.
I mean,
Huh?
I think it comes off the bottom line. I think Amy's point is it's not coming out of county general. So yes,
I
you're
understand.
going to have a smaller bottom line, and it'll help to get you to that 1.6 cut. I think Amy is just saying that we want them to spend out a fee.
I understand that.
But I think what you're saying is cut them now. If they need to come back to an additional, they would come back to the council and say, I have money in infraction deferral. This isn't coming out of county general. Please give me an additional for travel or postage or something like that.
We're trying to get to 1.6 million tonight.
But this budget is not going to affect that number.
The 1.6.
Right. You're only looking to cut.
It won't affect it at all,
No.
No.
No, self-generated.
so it doesn't go in the bottom line of
So-
the budget.
so
When
we
we
have-
advertise the budget, this 55,850 isn't added into our,
It hits the other budgets line. So, we have a budget for county general of 19,419,506. And then we have the, other budgets is 12,085,335. So, once you add those together, then the total budget is 31,504,841.
but you're adding them together.
Right. They are added together. Right.
Okay. 36,201, rental of equipment, 800, ain't changed. 37,001, instruction, 25,500, no change. 38,300, member dues, 1,440, went up to 1,700. Printing, 39,400, 25,500, no change. 39,402, evidence prep, 2,000, unchanged. New equipment, 43,101, 5,000, unchanged. 43,501, vehicle, 14,500. That one actually decreased to 11,500. 45,000, law books, 5,500, unchanged.
Well, thank you for going through that exercise for me.
You're fine. You may catch something. Okay, and then
So we're not going to change any of these.
the 33,205 is blank all the way across.
That, if you're looking down at the $250 there, that was an error in paying the claims. The location code was put in there and it shouldn't have been. That should have actually been on this 33205. That line should be $250 more.
On the requested? On the requested?
On the expense.
On the expenditures, okay, so the second 250 shouldn't be there.
Right.
Okay. Any questions on that page? Okay. 27, fraction deferral. 30,201, expert witnesses, 5,000, and this is another one that's fee-driven. 30,500, transcripts, 3,000, unchanged. 31,502, public awareness, 10,000, unchanged.
So we don't care about that total number then? Just leave anything that's fee-driven or grant-driven, just leave it?
You all can cut the fee-driven funds just as well as you can the county general.
But there won't be a benefit.
It just limits what they can spend out of that money.
Yeah. Good, like, I think Amy said that,
I'm not concerned about these when it comes to calculating the budget. That other budget line that Martha said is not my focus.
okay. So it shows up, but it, on the bottom line. Yeah. But I see where Amy's going, because we've done that a couple times to where if they come back after additionals, we can get them to take it from another fund. I don't know whether we can do that with fraction deferral or not, but I know 4D is very critical of 4D, but
Martha, we keeping track of what's being cut. Where we at?
It's way too early to be asking.
Move on, not in your opinion.
That's bad science, girl. Okay. All right, let's go on to 28, which is Victim Assistance Grant. This is another grant. Okay, 11-11-6, 40,235, 40,235, unchanged. 12-102, Social Security, 2662, that actually went down to 1,500. 12-200, which is retirement, 700, massive jump. 7,352.
Me too.
So 276,590.
Document general,
Out of county,
276.
590.
Martha, on that one, on that victim assistance grant, that 12,200,
I would say it's there in the figure.
that went from 700 to 7,000.
You know, let me see what,
Is that being moved there for some reason from out of another fund?
that is the number that they put in, and it may be that this is a grant, so they are dictated by the grant as to what they put in there. But we can check with them tomorrow to make sure that that's correct.
Okay, so you'll check with
Because that
them.
really does seem like way too much.
It seems like too much. Because, I mean, even going back to 24, it's 700.
Right.
Okay, so you're going to check on that? Okay. And then 12,300, which is group insurance, and nothing in 25, and requested 1,000. So they may be moving stuff around. Okay, anything on 28? Okay, 29, public defender. 11109, 189,018, 189,018, nothing changed. Stipend, 11110, 5,000, 5,000. 11204, Assistant Chief Public Defender, 141,764, 141,764, no change. Then you've got 11205 stipend. That one is 5,000. Stipend, Assistant Chief.
Statutory.
Huh?
That's the stipend for the state.
State, okay, okay. 11314, full-time public defender, 320, 320,000, no change. 11416, part-time public defender, 81,027, 81,026.
Okay, here we go again. Part-time at $81,000.
Two positions.
Two.
Thank you.
He's fully staffed.
Okay, 11502, support staff, 159,844, 160,523. Went up a little bit.
Increment.
Stipend,
Increment.
increments. Trying to throw them off. 11604, administrative assistant, 62,400, 62,400, no change. Stipend, full-time, 4,500. Stipend, part-time, 500. 21,000, office supplies, 4,500, no change. 3201, expert witness line, 7,500, no change.
Is that the same as your prosecutor has?
The expert witness line?
And transcripts, things like that.
Okay, so those are the same. Okay.
I think we did cut it to, it looks like,
Page 1.
29 back to 23. Looks like he asked for 10, we kept 25, or we took it to 25.
Which one are you talking about?
On the, on page 29,
Yes.
Bless you.
we've got expert witnesses at 7,500.
Okay, and,
And then on 23, did we cut it to, it was at 2,500, but then we went to 10,000, and we either cut it by 25, or we made it 25. We went to 7,500 or 2,500, you know which?
Martha, what, that one,
23 expert witnesses, you cut it to 2,500.
yeah. That's the line you're on, 30201, okay.
So should they be the same?
Like have a sheriff's department.
yeah, they should be the same. Yeah.
Motion.
Make a motion to cut it to 2,500.
Scott makes a motion to cut it, cut 30201. Scott's got a motion on the table to cut it to 2,500. Do I have a second?
Okay.
Julie, seconds. Okay, any questions, comments on this one? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Martha, that one is going to, 30201 is going to 2,500. Okay. Next one, 30401, investigative, that line is blank. 30500, transcripts, 6,000, unchanged. 31200,
Cut the other one to 4,000. All right.
Which one?
We're going to keep it the same.
It's already spent 12,000 this year.
You cut, on page 23 on prosecutor's attorney, you cut 4,000 for transcripts there.
Then you're giving him 3,000 in infraction referral for transcripts.
So he has two different areas he can do it
Two
in.
different areas he can live into.
Okay. So that balances that out.
you on transcripts?
Yeah, but she said there's two different areas that you can draw from.
For the prosecutor? Okay.
Well, it looks like to me he's going to have to, because if he's already expended 12,000,
Yeah.
okay. 31,200 postage, 2,800, no change. 31,300 travel, 750, no change. Communication is blank. 33,000 is trial clothing, that is 300, no change. 34,000 utilities is blank. 34,100 internet phone is 2,000, same. 35,203 maintenance and repair, 500, no change. 37,000 training and conference, 600, no change. Dues and organizations, 37,100, 1,500, 2,500. 39,400, printing, 850, 850, no change. 39,601, contracted services, 25,000, he reduced that by 10, that's 15,000. 43,101, new equipment, 5,000, 5,000, unchanged. 45,000, law books, 2,800, 2,800. That's the bottom. Any questions on this page?
Just real quick, I'd like, we got 2 public or part-time public defenders, correct? How many full-time? 4.
Excluding chief deputy and 10.
Good? Okay, page 30, public defenders. This is supplemental. This whole page, there is nothing that's changed on this. Okay, I have no track on 20.
What's this for, Tim? You never spent any money on it.
This is the supplemental fund. It's fee-driven. It's the emergency fund that's supposed to build and not be touched unless we're underfunded in the general fund. And we can't be underfunded in the general fund more than 2
What's
years
it
as
called?
state requires.
What's it
About
called?
114,000 last time we were here.
It's 115,609.04.
And it just is supposed to just keep building?
It's supposed to keep building.
He has used it this year, and it probably happened after June 30th, because he has expenditures of $1,635.70 currently out of that fund.
How much?
$1,635.70.
Okay. Any questions on page 30? Okay, 31, chins. Okay. 30, 403, attorney fees, 2,000, that jumped to 7,000. 3,500, transcripts, 1,600, that one jumped. 39,612, professional fees, 3,000, that one decreased to 1,000. Okay. Any questions on this one?
What's the balance on this one?
$23,582.56.
Balance? Okay. Any questions on that page? Okay, 32. Lawrence County Bridge, this official one. Account 30402, bridge inspection, 93,000. That one is blanked. I have nothing.
That's the one that we're going to move what's in 59200 up to that line of 97,404.
Okay, so that one's just moving up.
And I assume that requires a motion to change.
Okay, that line is going to move up. Okay, do I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Amy's going to make a motion. Julie's going to second. Any questions on this one? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
What happens to the line it was moved from?
You gotta move that and defund the 97,404 that's in 59,200.
So the
Okay,
59200 is a
I would make that motion.
Okay, Jeff made that motion. What was that account number?
59,200.
Okay, Jeff made the motion to eliminate that line.
Second.
Janie, second. Any questions? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that one's done, Katie. Okay, MVH restricted. Okay. Hmm,
I mean, is there any changes
on MVH?
in all those pages?
Expenditures, assistant superintendent. This is all MVH, shouldn't it? Assistant supervisors.
All the way through the page.
Do you guys want to go through this one, or do you want to go through by the page, or?
I would think if there's no changes, could you not?
You voted last time, 6-1 voted a 3% raise.
Okay.
And that's the only
Change.
vote that was established for the MVH the last time, so.
Mhm.
Are the stipends in on that?
I believe he does have his stipends in. Thought he did.
Social Security.
Yeah.
33.
I don't see him in the MVH.
Police charges.
Stipends are at 1176.
Yeah, they're under 0530 over this location code.
The stipend on full-time,
0531, under that location code, they have the stipends listed.
Real close to my teams.
do I?
It's real close to my teams.
Yeah, because I was back on the next one. Okay. So 33, do you want to go through these one by one, or are you guys good with this page?
I'm good with this page.
Okay, 34.
I'm good with this page.
You're good with this page?
Me too.
2, you guys good with this page?
Yes.
Scott, Julie? Okay, we're gonna go on. 35.
I'm good.
Me too.
Good.
Okay, we're good with that, so we're gonna move on. 36.
Yes.
You're good?
That means that total. That's it.
Julie, good?
I'm good, yeah.
You guys good with this page? Okay. 37, King Bridge.
I'm good.
You good? You good, Scott? You guys good with King Bridge?
Yep.
Okay, 37, 38.
On 37 though, I will tell you, I got 25,000 written in on the new equipment line that was 0.
So on those, in doing some research, those lines cannot be added in at this time because that would raise the advertised budget. So those lines, they will have to come back at the first of the year and get an additional appropriation.
Which line is she
to
on?
put that
You're talking
money
about all the lines on page 38?
Yes.
37 has one, at least in my book, it has one line. So if you look at new equipment, 43101, then on 38, you're looking at radio and radio equipment, 43300, and tools, 43400. Those were omitted, but you can't add that in because it would go above the advertised budget, so he would have to come back to you for that permission later.
Okay, so that was for 25,800 and then 5,000?
Yeah, that's what I have.
Okay.
Those
Just
are all
no
on
way.
page 38.
Yeah.
That's what I got, but I'm penciled in.
So there's nothing to do.
There's nothing to do.
You have to leave them blank for now, but knowing that he might come back and ask you to run those back.
Okay. So, 39. Really nothing there on that one. 2 lines.
I'm good.
You good with 39? You guys good with 39? Janie?
Yep.
Okay, we're back to general fund commissioners. Okay, 11105, commissioners, 72,889, 72,889, that's unchanged.
Take a little.
Touch on your, what you got for Baker Tilly?
Which part?
I mean, for your 40,000.
On the,
Well, I mean, I just don't see how any of this stuff, like on the commissioner's budget specifically, how that could pan out. I mean, that's their suggestion.
yeah, on those.
Yeah.
Can't hear what, we can't hear anything you
Well, Baker Tilly give their suggestions of what budget adjustments should be done, and the majority of it was in the commissioner's budget, which I don't find it, it's not even feasible, I don't think.
Well, when you get to them, we can touch on them, because there's not that many. It's group insurance, retirement, short-term disability, social security, and unemployment comp.
You don't sound like that many items, it's about 700,000.
Well, yeah, but this one will come out of solid waste.
Okay.
This is solid waste here. Right?
Solid waste being at the bar. They said they reimburse us for that.
Yeah, that's reimbursement. That's why I took these out here of the lineup. But it mostly falls under the group insurance, the retirement, short-term disability, and social security. But I would prefer we,
Well, I mean, they used a formula to come up with that.
yeah.
So you can reduce those lines, but if we need additional money, we will come back to you for an additional to cover
We're aware of that.
any excess expenses that we have above what you just.
We're aware.
Well, I think that would happen anyway. That's just what, my point is for the money we spent here, I don't think we got very good advice.
You come out from Baker Tilly. Okay.
You didn't think that he explained that carefully enough to make sense to you?
I'm on slow train.
Okay, I'm going to move on till we hit those right there, then we'll talk about it. Okay, line 11201, administrative director is zeroed. County attorney, 11305, 80,000, 80,000, no change. County commissioners, 11701, soil and water, 38,657, 39,967. And I've got increments wrote beside that.
That's a big one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, 11702, soil and water tech, 40,688, 44,226. I've got increments on that one too, possible. That's a lot for increments.
Both of them.
So that one went up 4,000. I don't know.
Is there an explanation for that?
Yeah, is there,
I can, we're gonna pull their paperwork on what they turned in, and we just basically go off what they say.
they're in the back. Do you know why your
Oh, Ron Spears.
line 11702?
The only thing that we have gotten is just our increments, so I'm not sure, I mean, this was talked about when Rodney presented, and I didn't feel like it was that big of a jump when we discussed it.
I feel like it's pretty big.
Do I?
So I feel like it's pretty big.
Yeah, well, that's going from 40,000, well, and the one that the tech educator is going from 40,688 to 44,226.
But in '24, you expended 43,294.
Yeah, on the expenditure.
Yeah, I guess it didn't go up to the amount that was spent the previous this year that much.
Okay.
Thank you for it.
So she should have went from 43 to 44, if last year we spent 43.
Yeah.
So there's.
On your expenditures. Yeah, but what I'm reading off is the last year's budget.
So let's defer
Not
to
sure.
them and come back on Thursday on those. I need to do some looking at last year's budgets, because if you look, she's underfunded. They
Yeah.
had a reduction in her salary for this year. So we're gonna have to look at that and pull the budgets from last year, and then I'll check with Nicole and see on the pay scale for this year.
Okay, so we're going to revisit both of those, right? 11,701, 11,702?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, 11,804, Clerk of the Works, 55,089, 55,328. 11,805, Clerk of the Works, 44,857, 45,323. 11,806, part-time Clerk of the Works, I've got that removed. Is that right?
I don't
I don't have it removed, no.
You don't have it removed?
I have a zero.
Budgeted as 1,000 in 2025, a zero expenditure so far, and budgeted for 1,000 in 2026.
Okay. So that is in there. Okay. Solid Waste Operator, 12,001, 525,780, 525,780, unchanged. Stipend full-time, 120,11 is 9,000. Stipend part-time, 120,12 is 1,500.
Did we determine who was accounted for in those full-time stipends?
In the full-time stipends, that is the soil and water, the 2 employees there, and Ron Walker's solid waste employees are also in that. The commissioners did not want the stipend.
Thank you.
Okay.
And the part-time are Ron's group.
All right. 12102, which is Social Security, 770,000, 770,000 unchanged, but now this goes back to what you're talking about on Baker Tilly. They've got decreasing that by 10,000?
Yeah. That wasn't big. Yeah, 10,000 on that.
They've got that decreased by 10,000 by Baker Tilly.
And short-term disability by 30.
Yeah, which we're going to hit. Actually, they're all right here together. Okay, because the Social Security,
I think I'd like to leave that one where it is.
I don't think 10,000 is worth.
Such a screen.
You guys want to do anything with that one? You're going to leave it?
When you look at the expenditure for 24, it shows it's
761. Because they've only got that decreased by 10,000. I don't think it's worth, I don't think.
No, that's not
Okay, if
big.
you guys are good with that one. Line 12200, retirement, 1,095,000. It went to 1.35 million. This one, they've got reducing by 245,000, right?
So if you look on your Baker Tilly study, and you look at what they have for the expenditure of 2025, it does not match your budget book of what the expenditure is for 2025. And you know our formula they're using to come up with these numbers. And I would suggest to you that that skews their number.
To not use that number.
Well, it's off by $140,000 is what their calculation is. So if the budget book is correct for what the expenditure was at 6 months, then I would suggest to you that their number is skewed.
Okay. 1 No, okay, that one, the 12,200. Well, I'm looking at the next one, which is 12,300, which is the group insurance. That number they got right there, right? 2.1, no, that's not right.
So if you look at.
If it's not right.
Year-to-date expenditures, the budget book is 1.2 million and some change. If you look at the Baker Tilly study, it's only 930,000. You also have to factor in the fact that there's a change in carrier for this next year, and we don't know what we don't know on that. So I would suggest you to factor all of those things in your decision.
Because those figures are out.
I just don't see how you can
Okay,
have that.
skip down to the next one and just take a look at that. 12400. Which is employment comp.
I mean, their number in their study for the 12400 line, in their study, it matches what's in your budget book.
Mm-hmm.
Their recommendation was to cut that by 50,000.
And that's on the unemployment compensation.
You are correct.
The retirement, I don't understand the massive jump in retirement, but I mean, not even going by Baker Tilly, but Rodney?
I don't control retirees.
Do I?
We do not control retirees. I don't know. Per program, that's, that's a set fee. So I have no idea. We are an aging group of people working here. Their employment rates are higher. I can't answer that.
I think if we want to revisit these for some reason, I think we can revisit these, but with this math being that far off here, I'm not comfortable using them.
Basically, the advice we got back from them, and I'm just wanting to bring this up. They're looking at your unemployment compensation, cut at 50, Social Security cut at 10, short-term disability cut at 30, retirement take away 245,000, your group insurance that you have budgeted for take 580,000 away from that line. I just don't see how any of those numbers are going to come back and work when you have your insurance, especially like $580,000 to take away from the insurance line.
You can do that. I'm
Right.
I don't know how to do your job, but you can do that. You can pass a budget and cut the 1.6 million out of it. But what are you going to do next September?
That's my question. That's what the advice we got for 40,000 is my point.
You can make the budget balanced. You can do that.
Now,
But I don't know where you're going to come up with money later on in the year or find the employees who are going to stay around.
that's what I'm getting at. I just don't think that any of this is, I got to eat yet, but it's not usable.
Well, the math is too far apart from here. I don't know. Which we're not going to get all this done tonight anyway. So if you guys want to think about this, and we'll go from there. But we'll get through what we can get. The unemployment. See, that's another one. 12400, unemployment compensation, 40,000, excuse me, and it went up to 60,000. And see, that's another one, the same thing, Scott, they got that cut by 50,000. You can't.
I think you can see a cut in that line, because if you look
Well, I think you can see a cut in that line, but I don't know that you can cut it by 50,000, can you?
So far, we've only expended 4,700. It's driven on claims.
That, and there was nothing spent in 2024.
I'll make a motion to cut line 12400 to $30,000.
Cut it in,
Unemployment compensation.
so you want to cut that, you want to cut that one to 30,000. Okay, Amy's got a motion on the table to cut 12400, which is unemployment compensation, to 30,000. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Phil second. Any questions on this one? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Martha, 12400 is going to 30,700. Short-term disability, 12500.
I move we take that back to 55,000.
On the short-term disability?
Yes, sir.
Okay, line,
That's what
count
the order is,
number,
12,
yeah.
12,500, right?
Yeah, line 12500. Jeff has got the motion on the table to revert that back to 55,000, which is what it was for 2025.
Second.
Julie seconds. Any questions or comments? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Martha, that one goes back to 55. 12700, long-term disability, 2,000, unchanged. Solid Waste Director, account number 14,064,647. That one went down to 62,461. Okay. 14100, Solid Waste Controller, 54,251, 53,616.
Why did those go down?
I will enter what they give us.
Okay, I've got, well, that's why I got them marked, but they're both going down. Okay, any questions on page 40? Okay, 41, still in general fund on commissioners. Okay, account 14200, solid waste recycle educator. That one is 13,500, 13,500. But I'm not showing anything used out of that.
Make a motion to defund that line for next year.
Second.
I've got a first and second from Julie and Jeff to defund this line for 2026. Any questions, comments? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Martha, that 14200 is zero. 14300, solid waste collection attendant, 199,000, 199,000 unchanged. 14400, truck driver, solid waste, 135,000, 135,000 unchanged. Count 21,000, office supplies, 300, 300 unchanged. Now, this next one, I think we've already voted on, haven't we? The 24,200 Memorial Day flags.
We voted last time.
Yeah, we voted 7-0 to raise that to 10,000. That's what I've got. Did we vote?
I thought the motion was to keep it at the requested
I
12.
have it that Scott made the motion, Jamie seconded to keep it at 12,000.
Okay.
Passed.
Yeah.
That's what I have.
So the 10's not any good. So that one is at 12,000. Okay. 24,500 soldiers markers, 3,000, 3,000 unchanged. 24,601 soil and water operating, 3,000, 3,000.
I have a request from Soil and Water to remove that from the budget.
On 24,601?
Yes.
Okay. They've got a request to remove that. So I need a motion on that.
So moved.
Second.
Amy And Janie, I think. Was it Amy?
Yes, you got it.
Okay. All right, first and second. Any questions on this? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Martha, that one is removed. Okay. 30400, legal fees, 10,000, 10,000, unchanged.
Make a motion to cut that 7,000.
Cut it.
Cut it 7,000 or cut it to 7,000?
Well, looks like in 2024, they spent 3,000.
So you want to cut it to 3,000?
Yes,
Okay.
and then, yeah.
Okay. We got a
Addition.
motion on,
Why do we, I'm just curious about legal fees.
There are times that you would have to get somebody at the new local attorney to, I'm not exactly sure what we pay the 2,900, but it's a professional fee.
okay, so I've got a motion on the table to cut it to,
3,000.
how much?
3,000.
$3,000. Okay. Julie's got a motion on the table to cut the legal fees to $3,000. Do I have a second? Phil seconds. Okay. Any questions on this one? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay. We got 1 no, 6 yeses. That one is cut. Okay. 31000, economic development. 25,000, 25,000, unchanged. 31301, travel and training, 100, 100, unchanged. 31303, travel commissioners, 500, 500, unchanged. 31600, administrative director supplies and equipment, that line is zeroed out. 31100, official bonds, 7,500, that one has been reduced to 3,000. 33200, property liability, that one is 1.32 million, 1.32 million, unchanged. 33201, workman's comp, 145,000, 145,000. And that number is unchanged.
Pay that monthly, Mark.
Do I?
You pay that monthly?
Well, see, what I was looking at was on that, back on that other paper again. Those figures are not even in. Okay. 35,600, county owned cemetery maintenance, 12,000, 12,000, unchanged. 37,000, train conference, 1,000, 1,000, unchanged. 37,100, dues and organizations, 5,000, 5,000, unchanged. Lark Mental Health, 37,801, 45,000, 45,000, unchanged. Okay, still in the county commissioners. 37,900, mental health, 251,960. I've got a change on this one.
There's a 4% increase for next year, making that 262,038.
262,038, so we've already changed that one. Okay.
Did we vote on that?
Still have to have a
Did we vote?
motion.
No, you did not vote on it.
Okay. Need a motion on this one.
So moved.
Okay, Amy made the motion on 37,900 to increase that to 262,038. Phil, second. Any questions, comments? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Martha, that one's moved up 7-0. Okay, 38,002, Lawrence County 4-H Council, 12,000, 12,000, unchanged. 38,100, Lawrence County Fair, 55,000, 55,000, unchanged. 38,200 Barrel Soldiers, 5,700, 5,700, unchanged. 38,700 Museum, 15,000, 15,000, unchanged. 38,800 SIDC. I've got 17,500 in the book, but I got 23,000 on top of it. So what did I do? What are you showing on
So
38,800?
They requested 17.5, we had expended 22.5, and so we have requested 22.5.
Okay.
Is that a contract?
It's to be in their association for the land bank, the
Yeah,
the blight,
Yeah,
and
there was they are struggling like every other entity is, and they asked all participating agencies to do an increase so that they can maintain their staff. And that's where the discrepancy came. And there was a percentage, and I forgot now what it was.
Okay.
But they are, as Martha said, they are sponsoring the land bank program, which is going to be at some point in time the big asset to us as Lawrence County to help us get rid of some of these dilapidated, non-tax paying properties. So,
Now, didn't we have to pay something kind of to become involved in that up front when you first started?
there was, I don't remember, I really don't, and I'm the one that sits on their board. I can't remember.
I think you're right.
I think there was some sort of a startup fee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But a lot of the work that goes on to the land bank goes through the SIDC staff. And they do a lot of assistance.
Now, do you anticipate, though, it's gonna, I know we haven't had that many here in Lawrence County, but do you anticipate it's gonna continue to maybe increase in
I
numbers?
think it will grow as time goes on. They would be glad to work with us more on some properties that are currently on the tax roll or getting ready to go on tax sale. We just have to come up with people who are willing to spend time working on that, to be honest with you. It's complicated. But there are, somebody else can tell me how many properties are up for the tax sale. Under
I
200 or
think,
300 or more.
I think we're down to 197.
Yeah. And they are willing to help us use those properties.
Okay. SIDC. Next one is 39,300 software support, 75,000, 75,000.
I move that be reduced to 69,000.
That's for my last financial software.
$6,000 is that fitness app. I was told that $6,000 of that is the fitness app that nobody uses.
That's right, it is OCB Wellness. I forgot that, I'm sorry.
That was all I was trying to.
So it's combined?
Okay, so you're wanting to reduce that to 60?
Was it my right, is it 6,000?
That's what mine says.
It's a little less than 6,000.
Okay, so you're wanting to reduce that to 69,000?
Yes.
Okay. Motion? Jeff has got a motion on the table to reduce that to 69,000.
Second.
Janie seconds. Any questions on this? Okay, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Martha, 39,300 is 69,000. Okay, good catch. 39,400 printing, 10,000, 10,000. No change. 39,401, care of inmates, 500, 500, no change. Contracted services, 39,601, that actually went down. Went from 9,605 to 9,000. 39,700, rural transit, 8,000, 8,000, no change. 39,801, Humane Society is zeroed out. 39,802, which is BRI, 2,500, 2,500, no change.
I'd make a motion that that be zeroed out.
Jeff has made a motion on 39,802 on BRI to zero that line out. I'll second it. So I got a first and second on 39,802 to zero that line out. Any questions or comments?
What does that pay for?
The revitalization.
Any more questions?
It's like dues, right?
Pardon?
It's like a dues or a,
Well, it's just hard to help fund the things that they do, like the Heritage Festival and things like that. Yeah, it's basically a membership fee.
that's what I mean.
Membership.
fee.
Okay. Got a motion and a second on the table. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
1, 2, 3. 3 nays? Okay. Martha, motion passed. 5, 4 to 3. That will be cut. Okay. 39,803, animal housing, 15,000. We know what that is. 39,900, extrication, 65,000, 65,000, no change.
I do have a question on that. Are we going to revisit this commissioner budget over some other things anyway?
Yes,
Yeah, I thought that was the
Okay.
plan.
yes.
The reason I'm saying that is I sit on the RDC. In our last meeting on Thursday, we voted to allocate $200,000 towards items that could be used to relieve county general. So I'm wondering if the extrication fees or something like that would be something they could use that money for. I know there's certain items that have to be either, Jeff had suggested a police car, but we don't have one of those in county general coming out. But at some point, I would like to find items to add up to the 200,000 in either the commissioner's budget, probably the sheriff's budget, that we could take this total down some. And the way that would work is, correct me if I'm wrong, Wally, but we would delete that from the county general, whatever that invoice was next year. So say that the city invoiced us for a $65,000 service fee for this. We would then submit that invoice to the RDC. The RDC would vote to approve it, and we would just pay that invoice from that fund that we're allocating $200,000 to.
That's a one-time annual?
Yeah, we just voted to do that one time this year, but it was just to use some of the fees that we're collecting there to come back to help county general.
Well, I know when we talked about this the other day, because none of these pages have been voted on, so they can all go back and be revisited. No full page has been voted on.
I mean, you're already revisiting this budget anyway, so
Yeah.
if you want to revisit that line, or maybe you have more information on how much is there and what you think it
I
could
just
go
wanted
to.
clarification, that's,
Okay.
okay?
Okay, so what, the one you're looking at is maybe extrication.
Yeah, we can get rid of that.
Okay.
And then we still have another 135,000. Parsons.
You're not all the slow.
See there? Watch me go.
Okay, 43,400, tools, 1,500, 1,500, no change. And this is back to the courthouse, and it's been about an hour and a half again, so I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna take another 10-minute recess and stand up for a moment. And then we'll come back on courthouse 43. Don't do it here. Courthouse, 73,416. That one went up to 74,367. That's on the matrons. Stipend full-time, 1,000. Office supplies, blank. Is that what you guys got? Nothing on that. 23,100, janitor supplies, 5,000, increased to 7,000. 23,501, courthouse flag, 2,800, no increase. 31,400, communication, I'm blank. 31,402, telephone, 150,000, that's reduced to 145. 315,01, cybersecurity backup, 60,000, no increase. 34,000, utilities, 125,000, 135,000, 10,000 increase. 35,100, building equipment maintenance, 75,000, that is increased to 100,000. 35,200, equipment maintenance, 6,000, no increase. Window cleaning, 35,300, 2,500, no increase. Courthouse building spraying, 4,000, increase of 1,000 to 5,000. Landscaping, 35,601, 7,000 to 8,500. Postage meter, 6,000, that is account 36,000. Postage meter, 6,000, increase of 1,000, 7,000. Contracted services, I'm blank. That's zeroed? Okay. Any questions on that page? Okay, we're going to the next one. Courthouse Plaza, 11,603, 68,516, that's an increase, 69,124. 12011, stipend, 23,100, janitor supplies, 6,000, increase to 7,000. 34,000, utilities, 100,000, no increase. 35,100, building equipment maintenance, zeroed. 35,103, repair building plaza, 100,000, no increase. 35,200, equipment maintenance, 4,000, no increase. Courthouse building spraying, 35,500, that was 2,500, it's 500 increase to 3,000. Any questions on that page? Okay, Dunn Plaza. This is account number 35,100. 2025 budget was 100,000. 2026 budget, requested budget is 100,000. That's all I got.
Is there any room in there to cut some of that out?
This is rental, this is
Okay.
this is funded by the rent money, and they just put new roof on that building, and it was $115,000.
Go to the previous page, is kind of general, the one that she's talking about, the rental.
Okay.
There's two different things. 44's kind of general. 45 is the rental income.
I think it had 235 paid the last time you were here. And then
Yeah,
I
235.
think Rodney had said they had a bill for almost 115
Okay.
for a roof repair on that building.
Okay.
Okay. Any more questions on 45? Okay, 46, Riverboat. 39,601, contracted services, 28,740, that increased to 30,000.
I've got assessor road beside there.
Yes. Niagara Geospatial, I think is what's paid out of that.
Okay, 44,100, police cars, equipment installed, 42,000, 42,000, no increase. That's all I got on that page. Now, we're back to the general fund. Okay, county auditor. 11100, elected official, 58,559, 58,559, no change. Deputies, 11,300, 222,624, 213,877. Employee Relations Coordinator, 11,336. That's a new line for 10,000.
What is it?
That is to, since we picked up all the employee benefits and onboarding for new hires, that is to pay my payroll deputy an additional amount to cover all the extra work that she has picked up.
That's the one that I've talked about before, which I think is a council issue. I'll make the motion to remove this 10,000, eliminate that line. Have a second?
Second.
Okay, Amy, second. Any questions or comments on this? All in favor of the motions, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Yay.
Okay. Martha, 6-1, this line is removed. Stipend, 12011, stipend full-time, which is 3,000. 21,000, office supplies, 6,000, 6,000, no change. 31200, postage, 6,000, decreased to 4,000. 37,000, training and conference, 1,500, 1,500, no change. 37,100, dues and organizations, 1,000, 1,000, no change. That is 39,200, MPV tax and fund report, 24,058. That is increased to 26,000. 39,201, tax software and support, that line is zeroed. So that one got moved.
Yes, that is in the commissioner's budget.
That went to the commissioner's budget. Okay. 39,300, software support, 0 and 25, and then 1,000? But you've got an expenditure of 820.
You can cut that if you want. I'm good with that.
Well, I wasn't questioning that. What I was looking at was you had no budget for that in 2025.
Right. But I had to spend, so I had to transfer money out of another line to cover that.
Okay. So does that not do,
So what are you doing?
39,300,
Yeah. It's
well, in
just,
24, they spent 23,000, the adopted budget, the expenditures was 17,751.
so the 39300 software support was for tax forms and things that I had to have. I no longer have to have those because with the software that we had, it prints on plain paper. So I don't have to order forms and things.
So you can zero it out?
You can if you want, I'm good with that.
Okay, I'll make the motion, 39,300 to zero that line out. Have a second?
Second.
Phil, second. Any questions or comments? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Martha, that one is eliminated.
It's 39.
That is 39300, account number. Okay, account number 40200, software system purchase, that line is zeroed. That's all I got. Okay. Any questions on 47? Okay, 48.
We can skip that, can't we?
I'm good with that. I'm good with it.
Okay, so these, none of this has changed, period.
I did increase them, just to help alleviate some of the training in the county general budget.
Elected.
These are for the state called trainings.
State call training for us.
Yeah. Okay, so you're good with 48? Okay, we're going to go 49.
49 is also a fund that I increased by $1,000, and it's to pay juries.
Okay, that's fee driven.
It is fee driven, yes.
Okay, you guys skip it. You guys good with? Okay, 50. Plat book. This one is also fee driven, correct?
It is a fee driven fund.
Skip it.
Okay, you guys good with going to the next? 51, county council. Okay.
Double everything.
Fire them all.
Fire. Effective 2 minutes ago. Okay. I'm going to read this one off because there's only 5 lines, but account number 11203, councilman's salaries, 61,206, 61,206, no change, and that is divided by 7. Council attorney, 11313, that one is 19,656, no change, 19,656. Council secretary, 11415, 4,093, and I've got
That one needs to change to 4,093 also. There
That-
should be no change in that line.
that one was changed to 4,093, correct?
I will make a motion for that line to read $4,093.
Okay. Amy's got a motion on the table to change that one to 4,093. That's- Okay, we got tons of seconds. Pick one, Martha. Okay, we got second. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Martha, that one's getting changed back. Okay, and 12011, stipend full-time. Council did not take that. Council's not going to take that.
Move that line be zero.
We already voted.
We've already voted on that.
Pass 7-0.
That passed 7-0 to remove the stipend from the council.
And then the commissioners too.
Yeah, and we also done that. Well, actually, the commissioners didn't take it. Okay.
Oh, I've got one for our training and conference line.
On the council?
Yeah.
Okay.
I move that we cut that to $300.
On line 37000?
Yes.
Okay, Amy's got a motion on the table to cut that one to $300, and it's $1,000 now. Do you have a second?
Second.
Julie seconded that one. Any questions or comments? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Martha, that one is 7-0, cut to 300. Okay. Superior Court 1, here we go. Account number 11108, judge's salary, this is our portion of the stipend, 5,000, 5,000, unchanged. Actually, I think stipend's the wrong word. 11310, court reporter, 47,456, 47,456, unchanged. 11312, Court reporter, $40,329. That one actually went down $39,749. 11414 bailiff, $43,315. 43,352.
That's an odd change.
Slight change, probably increment. That's back into those.
$40.
Increment, Martha? Probably.
And that's probably too low to be.
It's too low to be an increment. Yeah, it's,
We'll check into that tomorrow because we just use the figures that they send in to us.
okay. 11501 deputy bailiff, 41,916, 42,370. Slight increase.
That one probably isn't.
11704 deputy clerk, 42,143, 42,370. Another slight increase. Okay, stipends full-time, which is account 12011, 2,500. 13100 special judges, 150, no change. 13600 jurors, 1,000, no change. 21000 office
May I
supplies.
ask a question about that?
Yes. You back on 13600?
Yeah, I
Okay.
just answered my own question. Never mind.
Okay. So you got that.
I want to know how you get a judge to come to Lawrence County for $150.
Special judges only receive $25.
So if you pro tem and you're not a judge, they pay $25 a day.
You're kidding me.
A day.
Per day.
Would be cheaper to fire ours.
Not really, don't give the $5,000 for the year.
First thing came to my mind.
Okay. 21000 office supplies, 5,000, unchanged. 31200 postage, 3,500 went up to 3,800. 31300 travel, $250, unchanged. Recording equipment, I am zeroed, which is line 31405. 32400 equipment service contracts, I'm zeroed. 35200 equipment maintenance, 1,400 went to 1,550, slight increase. 37000 training conference, 700, no increase. 37100 dues and organization, 600 and 600, no increase. 37401 lodging meals, lodging jurors, 1,000, no increase. 39400 printing, 800, no increase. 44200 equipment,
That's actually their recording equipment. That should actually be under line 31405.
so you're wanting to move it to which line?
We will move it to 31405.
Okay, so you're going to move that one. Okay. 45000 law books, 1,000, no change.
Martha, do we need to vote on moving that, or is that something that you can do?
It's something I can do.
Okay, any questions on that one? We'll go to the next one. Okay, Super 2.
I have a question. I'm just, if a judge doesn't use their courtroom for a certain reason, so would that come out of general, any bills that might happen at that?
More than likely, if he's not unable to use his courtroom and chooses another location, he would just give me a court order to pay those fees.
And
It would come out of county general unappropriated.
Ready? Okay, Super 2, account number 11108, 5,000, no change. 11310, court reporter, 184,582, 184,582, no change. 11417, court reporter bailiff, 45,318, 45,318, no change. 12004 clerk, 44,008, 40,950, a big drop. 12011 stipend full-time, which is 3,000. 13100 special judges, 300, reduced to 25.
One day.
He's giving himself one day. He could do senior judges based on his caseload, then senior judges don't charge the county anything. So if he plans ahead and gets a senior judge, the state would pick that up.
Okay, 13600 jurors. That line is zeroed. Where does that come from, Martha?
Oh, here.
Because I've got 2025 expenditures, 5,857.
So it's an error in the coding. It should have been paid out of 13601. So if you add those two figures together, you come pretty close to the $10,000 that was in the budget.
Okay. So the 13601, that one should have been down in this one?
Yes.
Okay. That one will go back up. 21000 office supplies, 6,500, no change. 21700 chemical testing, I'm zeroed. Postage, 6,500, no change. Travel, 31,300, 100, no change. Recording equipment, that's another one, 31405, I'm showing expenditures but zero.
That was
It's a three-year
contracts that they did.
Okay. We're 37010, bond fee, that is zero, nothing there. 37400, inmate medical service, that one is zeroed. Lodging meals, jurors, 37401 is 3,000, unchanged. 38300, dues, 200, unchanged. Printing, 39,400, 500, 100, dropped. 43101, new equipment, 3,000, that is down to 2,500. 44,200, equipment, that line is zeroed. Law books, 45,000, 2,000 decreased to 1,000. Any questions on that page? Okay. Circuit Court. Okay, account number 11108, judge's salary, 5,000, unchanged. 11119, administrator, 45,163, 45,163, unchanged. 11120, magistrate salary, 4,000. And that's a new line, correct?
Right, that's actually.
Okay, 11310, court reporter, 43,836, 44,008, up just a little bit. 11311, bailiff, court reporter, I'm zeroed on that line. 11403, office manager, 39,967, that a slight increase, 40,295. 11413, deputy court reporter, 42,194, 42,370. 11414 bailiff, 40,912, 40,950. 11808 deputy court reporter, 44,663, 44,663, no change. 11904 cost attorney director, 58,500, 58,500, no change.
Is that not a full-time position? Why does he only make 50?
He also
Hey,
receives an additional, I believe, I don't know the amount, but from a grant as well.
Oh, okay.
He receives.
I think it's 10,000.
Yeah, but it's fund 1211.
Okay. 11905 court administrative reporter. Got a lot of abbreviations going on. 43,315, 43,352. 11906 juvenile referee 4D, 137 was the pass, and that dropped to 41,393. 12000 clerk pre-deem.
That was a coding error.
I was going to say that is zeroed. 12011 stipend full-time 3,500. 13100 special judges 300, no change. 21000 office supplies 8,000, no change. 21003 office supplies.
Guardian ad litem.
Do what?
Stands for guardian ad litem.
But they've never been used.
I thought it was gallon. That's what I was trying to get. GAO. 2,700, no change. 30200 physicians, 2,500, no change. 31200 postage, 8,000, no change. 31300 500, no change. And then that's back to the 31405, which is the recording equipment, 40,300. 37000 training conference, 1,000, no change. 37100 dues and organizations, 600, no change. Lodging meals jurors, 37401 is 1,000, no change. 37501 courtroom maintenance, 7,000, no change. 37802 juvenile care, 33,500, no change. 37803 adapt program, 18,000, no change. No questions on that one.
Well, I will make a comment. There's an awful lot of no changes where they're not spending the money. And we just kind of gloss over those little things, or does it not make any difference?
Well, on the 2025 budget was 672,000, so he cut, 2026 requested is 588,844. So, I mean, he's cut pretty good.
The biggest cut comes from the juvenile referee being a now juvenile magistrate.
Give me a number. 11906.
Yes.
I can tell you this reflects that we did spend, but we didn't, so. I mean,
We can show you the claims that were turned in.
yeah,
from the last
am I
one.
ending at the end of the year, so I don't know. I mean, on juror lodging and meals, if I don't have a jury trial, I'm not using it, you know, so.
Do you ever, in your, the one we just did for juries, circuit had not extended out of that one? Do you use that one at all?
I only use that one if I have to, if I have more than my trial, then I have to use it.
So you have 4,000 budgeted Yeah, we have 1,000 in the jury fee fund for circuit court.
Correct. Yeah, like it shows I didn't use any office supplies. Yeah, 8,000. Guardian ad litem office supplies, I transferred that to another line, so I expended all of that last year. Examining physicians did not use, but we have to have it in case we have a juvenile that has to have an evaluation done. We'll have to have it. You're lucky I didn't have one.
Okay. 54. You guys got any questions on 54?
So if they do a transfer, just so you know, and it is allowed to transfer within lines, and they can transfer out of lines if they come to the council, but you're not gonna see that expended because the transfer is not an actual expenditure, it's just moving the appropriation.
If I spend more than 8,000 in postage, or more than whatever my postage is, 5,000, 8,000, I spend more than that, but I transfer it from another line. Like if I don't use jury lodging and meals and it's the end of the year, then I'm moving that to postage, paying all that to postage because it rolls over on the machine to the next year.
Okay.
Well, the travel shows 0, and we leave tomorrow for the fall conference, all judges do, so. I think this was June, so
It was, right,
it'll all
yeah.
be gone after this week, so.
Yeah.
And that's mandatory.
That's
You
the
can't say
mandatory
no.
state judicial conference.
And I usually don't question those.
Okay. Any more questions on 54?
I didn't realize you were moving money around between funds like that.
Like the guardian ad litem office supplies, you made a comment we never used for $2,700. That gets moved into the circuit ours, it's in ours, but gets moved to the one that we use with the $8,000. And I got paper and all that at the end of the year with that extra money. So it shows now that it's been transferred.
Okay. If there's no question on that, we'll go to the next page. 55. 39401, care patient inmates, 65,000, 65,000, no change on that one. 39703, matching grant, 18,750, 18,750, no change on that. 43,100, office equipment, 2,000, 2,000, no change on that. 45,000, law books, 2,500, 2,500, no change. 59203,
That is an unappropriated line that will never be back too far.
okay. That one basically will remain 0. Okay. Any questions on 55?
So, may I, if you would like, on the care of patients and inmates, I know we've not used the full 65. I asked Nedra, we're about 22,000 right now. If you want to reduce that down to, say, 30, with the understanding that it's Indiana code, 3141.2, if a juvenile is detained, this is the county shall pay for the general, but, I mean, that helps. You can take that down to 30, with the understanding I may have to come in and ask for future allocation.
Yeah.
That we may very well not need it next year. We're at 22 right now, and I think we were at 47 in 2024.
Yes.
So, and there's just no way to predict.
Okay.
Make a motion, we lower it to 40,000.
Okay. Jeff has
Second.
made, Janie has made, Jeff made the first, Janie made the second. 39,401, to decrease that to 40,000. Any questions? Okay. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Martha, that was 7-0, reduced to 40. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Okay. Nothing else on there? Okay. You guys good with 55? 56, mediation services, there's really,
General,
this one,
general account, is that general fund?
this one,
General fund funds for these two for mediation. We're going to combine page 56 and 57 into 2,200. Is that right, Ashley?
It can go into either one, whichever one you go, yeah, because the other one says a grant, and I think that's confusing,
Right.
so 2,200 would be the best.
We're gonna move those figures into 2,200 to make it one fund.
Okay.
You can do that, one of them's general, one's a grant.
No,
It used to be coming in as a grant, so the fund still says family court grant when you look at it, and I think that's what's confusing, is like, Martha will say, where's the money coming from? And I say, it's county funded, and she says, well, it says grant, I think that's because the old fund that you guys are depositing the money into is a 91,
Okay.
12 grant fund.
Okay, so you're going to combine which ones now? 56?
56 and 57. So next year you will not have a 9112. It will all be in Fund 2200.
Okay.
So we need the whole 32,000?
We could probably,
She says it's been going for so.
do you think we could cut that back a little bit? Since we've not really used a lot of it.
Yeah.
So we used in 2024 6675 for the, out of the family court grant for the administrative. So, do you think 18,000 in that?
So that would put you a third total.
And, I mean, court administrator, you have to understand, this is her job, so I'm going to trust what she tells me. It's a lot, but she's saying we can get rid of the 20 that's in
In 9112?
9112. And again, I just caution, if I have to come back down, please remember how we did that. I'll be nice about it. You'll remember.
Okay, so
I'm
you,
nervous to cut that much.
that would
I
eliminate,
guarantee you, at my advanced age, I will need reminding.
It just makes me nervous to cut that much. She's the number one.
Well, that's not, I mean, I want to be realistic.
now that will wipe that page out?
Well, they're gonna combine them anyway, so, I mean, you would just defund page 20, page 57.
Then just leave us with the one.
Right, which would just leave you with the one fund of 56.
Okay, so you need a vote on defunding page 57.
Defunding Fund 9112.
I make a motion to defund.
I don't see,
So Fund 9112 Family Court Grant is the entire page of 57. So you would be defunding account 11119, administrator for 10,000. You would also be defunding account 11206, mediation services for 10,000, which is the total of the 9112 fund.
You have given so many numbers, I don't even know how to make a note to myself.
Amy?
Put an X on 57.
I did,
Defund.
Make a motion.
I've done that.
So moved.
You'll have to remind me
Okay.
what the heck we did.
Amy's got the first on eliminating this page, the 20,000. Julie's got the second. Any questions? All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay. I think it's too much.
You think it's too much?
I think it's too much to cut.
Okay.
I do think we can do it, and as people will tell you, I'm a big believer in mediation, but we try more cases in my court. So I don't know, I really think we can do it.
Okay. All right, I'll change my vote.
So you're going yes?
Okay, I will.
Okay. Martha, that is removed. Vote is 7-0. Okay.
Page 58 is grant funded.
58 guardian ad litem, that is grant funded.
Pass on.
You guys want to go through that one, are you good?
I'm
Good.
good.
Okay, 59.
Is also grant funded.
Pass on it.
T funded and B funded.
Okay, 60.
Have grant funded on 60.
That one is fee-driven.
Yes.
Okay, 61.
And that user fees. That's it.
Can any of those things be used to pay our county general?
He said, can any of these things be used to take the heat off of county general?
He did, no, this is the county jail. This is community corrections.
Right, I mean, none of those funds could use, be paid for something she has in county general, though.
These are Chad's funds, not Metro's.
This is just the community corrections, house arrest, sober link, something.
Okay, so 61, you guys good on?
Yep.
62.
And that is user fees as well.
Good on 62, user fee.
What's the equipment lease?
User fees.
Equipment lease for $125,000.
Well, you lease like the box, the bracelets,
Oh.
and the sober link devices and stuff, and then if somebody absconds with that, the prosecutor, when they catch them, tries to get them to pay to get it back, but if you send them to DOC, you're not getting the money back. So then, to have the equipment to monitor people, that's how you gotta lease it.
62. 63.
I have user fees on this one, is that right?
It's also fee.
64.
County general fund.
Okay.
What is 64?
Probation, but it's general.
Probably got your pages.
One more.
So that's it, probation.
Is that it?
Jen.
Nope.
This is it right here.
What page you got? 63.
I jumped from 63 to
65. Go 65. That's it.
Thank you.
64 in mine, but, okay. Probation. Account number 11308, that line is zeroed, nothing there. 11503, probation officers, 252,868 to 252,868, no change. 11604, administrative assistant, 41,278, 41,278, no change. 11903, 6,812, 6,812, no change. 12005, probation officer, 75,790. This one went up 78,497. That was an increase.
I think she hit her 20, no, I think she hit her 20-year mark, and that's a pay that you have to pay per the probation officer schedule. Once you get 20 years, you get a substantial jump, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I
So-
think that's a statutory.
Right.
Statutory.
You can't mess with that.
Yeah. Okay, 12011, stipend full-time, 3,000.
How come we don't have a stipend for the part-time?
I put that in my user fee.
Okay, 12501, probation officer adapt, 82,360, 82,828. 21000, office supplies, 500, and I'm zeroed on that one. 31200, postage, 700, and I'm zeroed on that one. And that's the end of it. Okay, is there any questions on page 64? You good? Okay, 65.
I think this is grant for the pretrial release program, grant funded.
This one is grant funded.
Pass.
Okay, any questions on this one?
No question.
Okay.
No.
66, I've also got as grant funded, correct?
And also for
Six-
this.
Yeah. Any questions on 66? Okay. Drug court, which is grant funded.
Correct.
Any questions on this one? Okay, problem solving, Superior Court. This one is user fee, correct?
Yep.
So there, any questions on this one? Okay, Veterans Court, which is also grant funded, right? You guys good? Okay, 70 is grant funded. 71 is user fee. 72 is adult probation. That's user fee. Pretrial, that's grant funded. Okay, DAP, church, that's grant funded, correct?
Page 74, yes.
If you guys got any questions on these grants, stop me, because,
Nope, we're good.
okay, adapt user fees, that's another one, user fee, page 75.
Yes.
Now, 74 got not awarded.
I've not received the award on that yet, so.
Okay.
I would apply if they've not given out an award yet. If they don't give the award, I'll send it. It's not.
Okay, 75, 76, Lawrence County Drug Court, grant,
Funded by DOC.
grant funded. Participant fee, fee driven.
77.
Victim Service Donation Fund, that's who's your uplands?
So there's no further funding available for this grant. It was a grant, I think, that was received by Hoosier Uplands, and I don't believe that they renewed that. Is that correct?
And that's what money's left in that.
Yeah.
So it's just extending what money's left.
Yeah. Okay. Now we're back to the sheriff. Okay, and this is on general fund. Okay, 11100, this is page 79, Sheriff. Elected official, 118,382, 118,382, no change. 11200, Chief Deputy, 76,657, no change on that one. 11300, Deputies, 1.613360 to 1.586766. And that's a decrease. 11301, 120,000, 120,000, no change. 11410, court security, this one is zero on mine. Okay, 12011, stipend full-time, 13,000. 21000, office supplies, 2,500, decrease to 15. 30100, merit board, 1,100 to 1,000, a decrease of 100. 31200, postage, 4,000 unchanged, 4,000. 31500, employee testing, 4,000 unchanged, 4,000. 35201, radio maintenance, 1,500, 1,500, no change. 35202, repair of equipment, 200 and 200. 35801, breathalyzer contract, 650, 650, no change. Educational. 37002, 3,000, 3,000, no change. Drug by fund, that one is zeroed.
Obsolete, he said.
That one is obsolete. per Greg. 39400 printing, 1500, no change. 39402 evidence prep, 2000, decreased to 1750. That's all I got.
Back to our Baker Tilly. That's a recommendation. I know it's not feasible, but there again, they have said to cut $90,000 out of line 11300. But they're basing that off of he wasn't fully staffed last year, right?
Yeah.
So that advice does us no good.
Well, that's no good, but they've also got, which I don't agree with, they got the stipends coming up too.
Well, you also look at their 6-month expenditure on that is off by $200,000 for how they do their formula. It doesn't, I would suggest to you that that's not a feasible cut to make based on the numbers they pay.
I understand that, but I just wonder why they didn't collect more information before they just threw this out here as,
Well,
and for $40,000 to come up with this and to give these numbers that are not even, like I said, he wasn't fully staffed, so yes, you could look at that and say, yeah, you can cut that by $90,000. Now he's fully staffed, you can.
Right.
So they didn't look at the staffing numbers when they.
So it's my understanding, I don't know what I don't know, so I don't think that they called him or any department head to ask about that line, but they had like at a 6-month mark that he'd only spent $725,000, when in actuality, he's already spent $930,000 from that line. And I don't believe that they, I don't know what I don't know, but I don't believe that they reached out to say, why is this number not 50% of your budget?
I just feel bad that we spent $40,000 and none of these numbers are gonna work for us really anywhere.
Well, I think you're right. I think when this all happened here, when these numbers come out versus this here, I think Greg was short deputies, short jailers, everything across the
I'm not
board.
arguing that point, I'm just arguing the point of.
These are not accurate.
No.
Okay. Well, to be honest with you, and I know it's sad, I haven't even been paying attention to this, to Baker Tilly. That's not right.
I'm just gonna say, it's nice to hear you say that, because we've all as employees have wondered the same thing.
It's not
Like,
right.
why do we keep using them and spending money when we don't do anything with the study? So it's nice to actually hear you guys say that.
These numbers are so far apart that it's,
We're not looking at it, or that?
But the information they're giving, we never do anything with or don't use it, you know, and it's never
It's
to our
not,
benefit.
it's not helping us in any way.
well, if you use these numbers right here, I mean, well, they've got cutting back to the group insurance on the commissioners, they've got cutting that $580,000. And if you want to carry it further, I know I'm getting off track. The sheriff's deputies, they've got that cut at $90,000. They've got cut, that's cut in sheriff's department, $90,000.
I think if you look at page 79, the 2025 adopted budget for 1.949 million is down. I mean, the fact that he's even down on it, 1.933, it shows that he's considered everything possible to
Well,
be good and still be down.
That's what I say there a while ago when I just started ignoring this. I have no interest in that, none. If the math was close, I could be wrong, but that math can't be off that far. But anyway, that's a fight for another
Well,
day.
like you said, how many times are we going to keep spending money on them and not using
Yeah,
them?
that's my point. It's
Yeah,
like,
that's the end.
We're sitting here.
But that's money that employees feel like we could have gotten a raise with, you know, that it was spent on them and we do nothing with the study because it's wrong.
Yeah,
2 years.
Yeah.
Good
times.
point.
Yeah,
Sorry. Christina, that's
you're
not-
fine. We agree, you're fine.
That's why I agree.
Okay, 79 is complete, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that one's good. I'm gonna stay with it. Okay, now we're down to the jail. 1106, Animal Control Officer. That one is zeroed out in mine, because they did away with that. 11107, fill in, that is zeroed out. 11202, Chief Matron, 46,898. That one went up a little bit, 47,174, which is probably a stipend. 11306, 48,334, 48,485. That one went up just a little. Transport, 11307, 136, 179. That one really went down. That one dropped 43,000.
Cut a spot.
Huh?
He cut a position.
He cut a position out of that one. Okay, 11308, overtime. That has went to 3,500, nothing from last year. 11409, correction officer. That went from 1,158,637 to 1,102,378, which is down 56,000. Okay. 11410, court security. 171,668, 172,162. 11411, 30,000, 33,000, went up 3. And that's correction officers overtime. 11412, court security overtime, that line is blank. I'm zeroed. 12003, receptionist, 41,933 to 42,260. That's probably increments again, because that's not much. 12004, clerk, 46,461, 46,519. Again, probably increment. 12005, probation officer, Jude, that one is zeroed.
That's not one that he would have.
Huh?
That's not one he would have. There must have been an error that caused that line to be printed in there.
Shouldn't even be in there.
No.
So that one should be gone. Okay, 12011, stipend full-time was 17,500. 21000, office supplies, 1,200, reduced to 1,000. 23502, jailer dispatch uniforms, 2,000, 2,000, remained the same. 23600, special deputy uniforms, 4,000, 4,000, unchanged. 24800, inmate supplies, 5,000, 5,000, unchanged.
May I ask the sheriff something?
Sure.
The inmate supplies, forgive me if I asked you before, but what's that used for?
So inmate supplies are for like indigent hygiene and shower curtains and mats and shower mats and different things like that. And we usually, we make that purchase for the end of the year, then that gets us through. That's why it shows zero right now, but we usually spend that money towards the end of the year, and then all our supplies, then we have all our supplies on stock. Instead of ordering very often throughout the year, we have a lot of supply of that.
Dump everything out. You're hunting, which way? Oh, that's up, way up front. Well, not necessarily up front. Okay. You want to hold on that for a second? Okay. You were on the, did you get your answer on the
Yes, we're
Okay.
ready for portable radios.
Okay, 31306, portable radios, 1,000, no change. 31500, employee testing, 500, no change. 32400, 2500, that one increased to 3,000. Equipment service contracts. 34100, internet and phone, 2600, increased to 3,000. 35202, repair equipment, 7,500, that one is actually a reduction to 6,000. 37002, training and educational, 1,500, that remained the same at 1,500. 37400, inmate medical services, 63,867, that is reduced to 55,000. 39,500, prisoner meals, 215,000, reduced to 210,000. 39,601, contracted services, 2,400, slight increase to 2,500. That's all I got on the page. But that's a pretty good decrease. Basically 2.33 down to 1.
235803.
Yeah. That's a big decrease. Okay, no questions on that one. We'll go to 81. Okay, 81, church grant. You guys got any questions on that one? Okay, lit public safety. Okay. You guys got any questions on this one?
No?
No, I'm not.
Because this comes out of the lit on the county's share. Correct, Martha?
This is lit funded.
Lit public safety.
Yeah, it's lit funded through the public safety side.
Here's the next one.
You guys got any questions on 82?
No.
Okay, 83, same thing. This is on the public safety side through lit. Okay, Mr. Meterman. Page 84,
This is state
State
funded.
fees.
that's state, no sense even going there.
85 is user fee driven.
Yep. 86 is back to the general fund. Okay, this is on dispatch. 11308, this is overtime line, 25,000, 25,000, no change. 11802, dispatchers, 511,055 to 507,494, decrease. Stipend, 12011, 5,500. Office supplies, 21000, 3,000, 3,000 unchanged. 23500, dispatch uniforms, 1,200 with a decrease to 1,000. 31305, printing and advertising, 100 to 100, no change. 31400, communication, 3,000 to 1,500, he cut that one in half. Central dispatch, 31500, employee testing, 500 remained the same. 32400, equipment service contracts, 1,500 to 1,500 stayed the same. Utilities, 34,000. That was 44,000, unchanged. 35100, building equipment maintenance, that one's 2,500, unchanged. 35202, repair equipment, 1,500, unchanged. Training and educational, 37002, 750, unchanged. That one, the central dispatch got a little bit of an increase in it, but. Okay, any questions on 86? That's good. Okay, 87 is accident report, which is user fee.
State of reports fund. 88 is money from the state of Indiana, that's a new fund we created this year. 89 is state funded because of infraction tickets, again, that's a new fund that we created this year. 90 is money that is collected from the FOIA request or the background checks, it's kind of fee driven. We started that again this year. Created 91, it's, from the sheriff's sales, I think, if I'm correct. The contracted services is to use the people that do the actual auctions for the sheriff's sales. 92 is from donations, when he gives random donations. Also, 93 is from donations, for reserve deputies, I think there's 26,000 in that account. Drug seizure fund. Don't know a lot about that one, right?
I'm sorry about
The drug seizure fund on line 4.
Yeah, that's when, drug investigations where money has been seized or something, then it goes through the civil forfeiture.
So it can
And we're getting
fluctuate.
ready to get like another $600 or $700 in there from a case where it's been through they just had the hearing last week on it, so it just, money periodically makes it from drug investigations, seized or forfeited.
And 95 is for those.
That's it. Done, Marguerite. Okay. That's all I have, unless you guys got any questions on this.
So you're waiting until another meeting?
Yeah, we're gonna-
The commissioners things?
Yes, because there's some that's got to be went back to, and there's some coming back in, right, Martha?
I'm going to request that Sam Mark come back and.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because, and then what we'll do is, we will,
Excuse me, Rick. Sam Arp and who else did we
commissioners,
want
there
to
was
come back?
question, Commissioner and questions.
You for April.
And April,
You paused her line for her deputies as well.
yeah.
Okay.
And then Scott paused the line for the extrication for the 65,000 on that.
I've got two more things. I think one of them could be in this. I gotta find enough items to get to 200.
So what we will do then, if there's no further questions, we'll go back into recess until Thursday, the September 18th at 4:30 for the public hearing.
For the what?
Public hearing.
Public comment night.
Yep, public comment night.
Okay.
So
we're done.
we're done. We're in recess.
Turn the microphone off. Turn the microphone off. Katie?
No, we flew through yours. Call you.
Not unless you wanted to.